going on, guys? How you guys doing? This is the chaotic truth. I see you in the back, only the best, and I'm I am going to bring you up within the next 30 seconds. Salute to everybody that is in the chat. Happy Tuesday, guys. Thank you so much. Happy New Year's to you guys. Hope your New Year's went awesome. I know mine's did. Sending out positivity and peace to you all, guys. Last week we had an incredible episode dealing with are individuals jealous of dark-skinned women, and today we are going to be talking about the femininity for dark-skinned women, and we're going to be covering two individuals in particularly. One is Nikki Thot, and the other one is Brentanny Sharraine. Now, I did talk about Brentanny last week, and guys, I am a strong proponent of political conversations, but I'm also a strong proponent of conversations dealing with uh, darker complected women. I am a dark skinned woman enthusiast. I believe that dark skinned women are the standard of beauty, and I also believe that when a dark skinned woman has certain attributes, uh, she is at the pinnacle of femininity compared to her non-darker counterparts. Salute to everybody in the chat, and this is no shade. This is no. You could come in on the chat. You're fine. This is no shade to individuals that are not darker complected, but this is a topic that is a must need topic because a lot of um, social media now is promoting, in my opinion, is promoting colorism, and it is something that I certainly did not grow up with. However, I would like to send this message out to younger females that who are darker complected, that believe it or not, your complexion is, in my opinion, the best. So give a shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Positivity is going your way. RJ Nixon, only the best. What's going on? Are you there? You're on mute, RJ Nixon. Salute to you. You're on mute.
Good afternoon, Chaotic Truth.
Good afternoon. I'm about to turn your mic up a little bit. What's going on, man? Happy New Year's, man. What are your New Year's resolutions, by the way?
Happy New Year's. New Year's resolutions. I haven't really thought of any. Just continue to build my current portfolio. I can't believe it's taken me this long to actively, work towards something. But
Yeah.
that would be my current goal: is to continue to grow on what I've built so far in 2022, and
Okay.
take the steps and lessons I've learned and continue to apply that in 2023.
And your portfolio is real estate or investments?
So far, it's just investments,
Okay.
uh,
So you do stocks, or you do common shares, or you do stock options?
stock options, ETFs. It's just a
Oh,
lot easier to do that than
really?
watch individual stocks. Now, don't get me wrong, I do play around with individual stocks, but not large sums.
Okay. So when you do stock options, do you just do regular calls and puts, or do you do high level like iron condors or high complex, um, you know,
Just simple calls and puts.
okay, calls and puts? Okay. Yeah, I only do calls and puts. Best friend of mine, well, my best friend, he dibbles and dabbles also with stock options, but he actually studies technical analysis and fundamental analysis. Me, on the other hand, sometimes I just throw darts at a board, but
Say,
but I do generally pick the fangs. But we know that the fangs don't even really exist anymore. But um, and I don't want people to think that I'm just throwing darts at a board. I'm meaning that as a over exaggerated joke. But yeah, so I don't really like studying the TAs. I don't really do iron condors and spreads and all of that. I just do calls, maybe a put here or there, and I've been quite lucrative sometimes as well. How long have you been doing options?
so far, only about a month or so, or excuse me, three months or so.
Oh,
Uh,
really?
yeah.
You know,
Currently, the I tried to do it manually, but I couldn't keep up with the. Previously, I was using Robinhood like everybody else, but
oh
now,
no, you can't use Robinhood for options.
yeah,
Hell no, no, no. You use TD Ameritrade, or you use E Trade, or
TD Ameritrade is my current one, and I have another app that I use called M1 Finance. Essentially,
oh, really?
they just do it for me. So
Okay.
you pick first your tolerance level. So
Yeah.
how much are you willing to put into risky or more risky investments? and
Yeah.
then over a span of time, it just deposits your money into different ETFs that you select.
Okay.
And then on my end, I just look at different like you said, look at different companies, research into, or kind of the dartboard method. I'll take a look at certain different companies to see what they're doing, their history, if they've been turning a profit for a long period of time,
Yeah.
or if they've cornered a market, found their niche, and there's a possibility for them to gain money in a long period of time. Like you said, the FANG market doesn't exist. Apple basically just took a sledgehammer to
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't exist anymore. Well, currently it doesn't exist, but just like I believe that the market will always rebound. I don't believe that Western civilization, and particularly America, will ever fall. And these
I
companies,
believe, in my honest opinion, I believe America's hegemony. It's it's the next United Kingdom on steroids. Just to
mm,
put into perspective, right?
yeah,
4 or 5 years ago, SpaceX was attempting to launch their rockets into orbit and
they
reuse them.
failed. Hmm.
That was unheard of.
Yeah.
Day after day, month after month, YouTube
Yep.
video after YouTube video, they crashed those things into
Yep.
the ground.
They sure
And
did.
now their launches are no different than a bus schedule.
Yep.
What other
Ooh,
company can do that?
I'm glad you
They
said that.
turned, and not only that,
Yep.
they did it on land. And
Yep.
then they decided to do it on drone dropships in the middle of the ocean.
Mm,
Again, turning magic into reality. No
yeah.
other country has that capability. No other,
Not at all.
it's at all, and they can't keep up. So that means if there's anything to be gained in space,
Hmm.
lucrative money wise, we're the bottleneck, just
Yeah.
like the British was, but and the Spaniards.
Yeah.
So, and also with technology, as much as people would like to say that we're falling behind, and we are in certain metrics, but we hold all the patents, right?
Mm,
If in technology wise, we're ahead of the curve in everything.
definitely. I totally agree. I definitely concur. Uh, where do you see America by the year 2100? Certainly, we probably won't be alive then, but where do you see America at by 2100?
I the best model to follow, I would say, is the British model. So
Okay.
Britain expanded all over the known world at the time. Used their if they could use their military, they did use their military, right?
Yeah.
Either through policy or through force. It's going to be the same thing with the United States. There'll be a staging point on the moon, followed by some kind of outpost on Mars, and this all depends on politics and how it's played right. But just like what happened with America,
Hmm.
we exploited the colonies. They didn't like that. There was a time lag, and the colonies, there was an uprising. I'm not sure how long that time lag will be from Mars, but if America does the same thing and exploits those colonies, if they're self-sufficient enough, and that's the whole thing, right? You don't want to establish a colony that's not self-sufficient. Well, if they're self-sufficient enough, why are they sending stuff back to Earth? You
Mm,
catch my
I do.
drift? That's the way I'm looking at it, right?
So you seem to be very proficient in the sciences just by that 10-minute conversation. So far, I'm really enjoying this conversation so far. So you answered the question about 2100. Do you believe at some point in the near distant future, maybe 3 or 400 years, there will be full scale terraformation operations on Mars?
No, humanity is going to
Ooh.
get in its own way. We like to shoot ourselves in the foot. Like I'll bring the SpaceX example, right?
Okay.
We I saw the comments, the news, people laughing at Elon SpaceX saying that it's
Yeah.
impossible, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if instead of all that ridicule,
Yeah.
like there's something here, let's invest in it. It wasn't
Mm,
until it was stable enough, and it's basically they've actually used the rockets more than their stated life cycle. Now a bunch of different people are like, hey, I can do that now. He's
yeah.
done it, they're successful, now I want to do it. To me, as much as I would like to be an idealist, we're
Yeah.
talking about humans at the end of the day, and humans get in their own way. So
Yeah.
terraformation, the amount of technology, research, and cooperation that requires, we're not there yet.
It's definitely beyond our. It's definitely beyond the technology that we have right now is definitely beyond the scope. We can't even travel there in terms of a manned operation. So, it's going to take first of all, for human beings to even consider a full scale plan, we're going to need to at least reach a civilization one scale. Do you believe? I'm pretty sure you're
Yeah,
familiar with the
I'm aware of
scale.
this scare. Yeah,
Yeah, so it seems like I believe terraformation, it falls under that scale, if I'm not mistaken, civilization one, or is it two?
it's like the third, and
The
we're
third one.
nowhere. We're nowhere close to that.
Yeah.
I
Well,
I
definitely not now.
honestly,
We're at civilization zero right now. So yeah, definitely not.
before we
Yeah.
can even get close to terraformation, we first have to change ourselves as a society,
Yeah.
because we have to agree.
Yeah.
How do you decide what a planet is going to look like in 50 or 100 or so years if you can't even decide
Yeah.
what you're going to eat tomorrow, or who
Right.
can go into what bathrooms? Like
Yeah.
there's no point in even discussing that until we can take care of what's underneath our
Mm,
feet first.
I totally agree. Totally agree. Um, yeah. So going back to a small scale, we have we have terraformed our environment. And I mean, we as certain human beings. I mean, if you look at Dubai is an example of a very, I mean, obviously it's grand compared to our human understanding and our ability, but that is an example of terraformation, if that's a good example. Um,
I would
Obviously,
agree with you. That is a
yeah,
great example. But my
yeah.
question with Dubai is Dubai sustainable?
Is it sustainable? I've never been there before.
Neither have I.
I know that they have a problem with obviously water. I think that they have water tanks outside most of buildings. I think the infrastructure is just not there, from what I've read, at full scale. Like they still need water trucks to take sewage out and things of that magnitude, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
But
they
yeah,
need to bring water in, and they need to take shit out.
yeah, take
If
shit out.
if
Correct. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I know what you're saying, but we gotta watch all language today. I'm sorry about that. Jr. Advised me. Sorry about that. I know
Understood.
you didn't mean it that way, but yeah, but yeah, but yeah, definitely. You you definitely are on to something right now. Will we ever have a global currency?
Uh, that's an interesting question. Yes, just to make trades. If we're able to leave this sphere, I think it would be necessary.
Yeah.
But even now, I think we do have a global currency, and that's the U.S. dollar, because everything can be
Ooh.
compared to the U.S. dollar, which is why
Mm,
I go back to the U.S. being hegemony, right?
mm.
Even if all countries tomorrow banded together, it's like, all right, fuck the U.S. Well,
Oh, we gotta
excuse me,
watch that.
sorry,
Yeah. Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's my bad.
Yeah.
We're going to exclude the U.S. and we're going to start our own program. Europe, there's the United Launch Alliance in Europe. They're still behind, and they're
Yeah.
because I believe they're waiting on Blue Origin, Amazon,
Yeah.
and that's while they're dealing with that, we're constantly doing
Yeah.
launches. Like there's really no comparison. The U.S. dollar already is that global currency because it's
Yeah.
accepted almost everywhere. It's universal.
Yeah.
And right now, it's because it's backed by oil. But
Yeah.
even then, if oil was removed, it's circulated in so many different markets. I don't think it would lose its value if oil went
Mm.
away. Surely it would drop, but I still think it would still be traded worldwide.
Okay. Okay. Guys, thank you for coming to the chat. Please hit the like button if you can, guys. Please bombard the chat with questions or concerns. I'm up here right now with Only the Best. We're talking about a lot of different things that are not topic related, but we will get into the topic in a minute. A quick question, Only the Best. Where do you see Black Americans by the year 2100?
Well, let's take
And we got to be
uh,
careful with the cursing, by the way. Go ahead.
right. I'm gonna go back before I can go forward.
Okay,
Uh,
go ahead.
I watched a lot of Kevin Samuels videos before he passed,
Right.
and I'm not going to get into the if he's right or if he's wrong. But one thing I really loved that he did was he brought up data and statistics.
Yeah.
In the 60s and 70s,
Yeah.
African Americans were married at an 80-90% rate,
Yes, they
right?
were.
I think right now it's at 70%, 80
Mm.
or 80%. I'm gonna say it's 80%, high 80s, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you've heard the statistics that all women will be single by 20, or a majority, 40% of women between the ages of 25 and 40 will be single and childless. 40%.
Yeah, and we see this example, particularly in South Korea, if I'm not mistaken, already,
Yeah,
where the
South
master,
Korea and Japan.
yeah, where the master of the population is single. But go ahead, sir.
Also in China. So we already aware that 40% of women are going to be single and childless. This has never happened in the history of the world.
Yeah.
And there's in America, 25% of children are born out of wedlock.
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to give women some credit here and say 5% of those households are single men.
Yeah.
That means 20% are single women.
Mm.
So I'm going to take that 40%, right, of single women, no kids, plus 20% of women with kids. That's 60% of women, no men in the house.
Yeah.
How is it going for and that's just everything. And that's
Yeah.
that's white, Asian, that's the whole enchilada. If you separate that to just a black household, the black household is it's already collapsing. It's
Yes.
it's done. It's gone for. Uh, Another channel I followed, Dennis Sperling, he brought up another
Yeah.
statistic.
I'm familiar.
What with the U.S. Census Bureau, what the data is going to look like by 2050. He said the data showed that Hispanic families are going to double. That's not a surprise. Asian families are going to double. That's not a surprise. The two outliers to me was that the black family
Yeah.
will remain unchanged from 13% to
Mm.
13%. Unchanged. So remove Jim Crow, slavery,
Yeah.
the police, all of that. Despite all of that, the black family is going to stay at 13%. But the crazy part to me is the white family goes from, or the white population changes from 30% to from 60% to 30%.
Yeah. That's the most
Half.
terrifying. That's absolutely, in my opinion, that's absolutely terrifying. But go ahead though.
It is terrifying.
It
And
is.
and I'm going to tangentially, I think that's why Roe v. Wade got overturned. Despite what
Mm.
everyone else is saying, that is the only thing that makes sense to me. Because how do you lose half your population?
Yeah.
No major wars, no major diseases,
Yeah.
despite the coup. How do you lose half your population?
Yeah.
That's as if I just magic gun just removed. That's insane to me. So
Yeah.
that there's an outlier there. But back to your original question, that the black family, that 13%, that tells me that black men will be fine.
Mm.
That
I
says
completely
that
agree.
no matter where I go, I will have black children. Another example I can give are the Japanese. They a good portion, I believe it was after World War II, resettled to Brazil. And if
Really,
you
I didn't
go
know
to
that.
that, yeah, they resettled to Brazil. I
Okay.
believe it was either before World War II or after World War II,
Mm.
but they resettled in Brazil. And when you go there, you still see uh, Japanese customs, Japanese food, Japanese infrastructure. So what that tells me, it doesn't matter where in the world I go, I'm
They,
going to be
they,
black.
yeah.
My culture will go with me.
Yeah.
That doesn't reign true for black women.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah. And I was talking about this the other day. Wherever the Chinese go, typically, it's almost as if they
You see
set
a
up like
Chinatown,
Chinatown. They set up
boom,
like
right there.
a de facto colony of sorts, where they keep the money within the little community. They keep the symbols. They open up businesses. They keep the money. It's yeah. I totally agree with you on that. Salute to you so much. Only the best. Only the best. Thank you so much. Listen, let me ask you a question real quick.
Mhm.
The main topic is about particularly femininity for dark skinned women. I am a staunch proponent of darker complected women. I've dated all types of females throughout my life, but I particularly have been fond and very fond of dark women. I believe that when dark women particularly are refined and when they are elegant, they have a different what's the word I'm looking for? They have a different aura about themselves. So, in my opinion, if you get a classy white woman, a classy black woman, and a classy Asian woman, if the in my opinion, I could be wrong, but I've always noticed that when the darker complected woman has class, has polish, she doesn't have tattoos, she's not overweight. Typically, in my opinion, she is the one that stands out in the crowd. And I have two females particularly right here. Um, one of them, her name is Nikki Thot. She has a sister named Ducky Thot, and they are both Sudanese. And another woman is Brentanny. Now, Brentanny recently was in uh, not the news, but Candace Owens was making disparaging comments about her. And I believe that, Candace, and I love Candace, but I believe that she was being catty with it. But these women are super dark, tall, they're beautiful, symmetrical faces. And what I believe where the hate comes from is that lighter complected women, no offense to any lighter complected women, white women, when they see these women, they know that there is no competition if these women are classy just like them, if that makes any sense.
It makes perfect sense, and I think a word to describe what you're trying that may encompass everything you're trying to describe is grace,
Yeah.
right? When you see a woman
Yeah.
who exudes grace, you can't help but be attracted to that. And you're right.
Exactly.
There are some women who are darker, and I can't help but just be drawn to them.
Yeah.
But the real question is, where do you find that? Right,
Well,
it's incredibly hard to find, and I'll go back to Kevin Samuels. I believe the issue is image.
yeah.
If I were to look for that, just to look for an example of that, how many
Yes.
Google searches, how deep do I have to scroll through my Instagram before I actually find that? When you Google search black woman,
Yeah.
what do you get? Majority of the time you get ratchetness, right?
Yeah.
I, I I believe black women need to reclaim their image.
Yeah.
And I know there are a couple of channels that are trying, that are doing their best, but a overwhelming majority of the media out there focuses on
Yeah.
your Nicki Minaj's, your Glorilla, and that doesn't help my image. I don't want that around my arm, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to go near it until women are able to essentially police other women and say, hey,
Mm.
this is my image you're disrespecting. I don't want this until women are able to police themselves, and by police I mean don't support it with their money, with their attention, with their likes. If it doesn't generate any likes, it doesn't exist. It doesn't get created.
Yeah.
The algorithm doesn't push it.
Mm. You Thank you so much. And when you look at this woman right here, um, this is Brittany. This is the woman that Candace Owens was making disparaging comments about. Then again, I think it was like her being a little catty. In my opinion, now this woman is very attractive. On the scale of 1 to 10, I would definitely give Brittany. I would give her. I would give her. I think I gave her 8.75 or 9. This is a woman that, if you're a part of a fraternity, you want to take her to the fraternity dinners. You want to take her to the banquets. You want to take her. She's a trophy, right? But what I could say is, if a white woman and if a black woman that is dark took this very same photo, in my opinion, the dark woman stands out the most. I don't know why, but I really believe that even other groups of people will agree with me on this. And what I believe was going on in the media is that what they do, and I've noticed this. RJ, can you do me a favor? RJ, can you is it possible for you to be squared center Are you on your computer or your phone? Let me see a thumbs up. What are you on your phone or something? I'm gonna bring you up anyway. Hold on for a second. So only the best. What I've always noticed is, for example, I'll give you an example. I grew up watching Family Matters, right?
Mhm.
Now, Joe Marie Payton, who was a dark skinned woman, she wasn't the best looking. And I've always asked myself, why did they pick this woman to be on Family Matters? They could have picked a far more attractive black woman. But what I believe is that the media is obviously dictating um, imagery, right? So instead of putting an attractive, darker skinned woman in the role of Harriet Winslow or even Florida Evans on Good Times, they picked the most non attractive dark woman so that your brain automatically says dark women are not attractive, when in fact, dark women are absolutely attractive. And I believe that they don't put beautiful dark women in certain roles because they know the inherent power in seeing a dark woman on screen. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know how old you are, sir. I'm 38, but
I'm
when
28.
when Fresh Prince of Bel Air first came out in the early '90s, I remember it. Um, the first mother, the dark mother,
The
she stole
original Aunt
almost.
Viv.
She stole the original Biff. She stole almost every scene. And I believe that's one of the reasons why they got rid of her. She was attractive, she was thin, and she was actually a trained actress. She was a stage actress, and she was a ballet. She did ballet, so she was more talented than Will Smith. And I believe that's why Will Smith got rid of her. And then we got this frumpy, lighter complected woman, who, by the way, was attractive, but she had no other talent, so she didn't steal any scenes. And I believe that's why they don't like putting darker complected women that are very beautiful in some of these scenes. I'll tell you another show where a dark woman stole almost every scene from the main character. Moesha, the mother in Moesha, and it was and she played her stepmother. I forgot her name. What is her name? Oh man, I forgot her name. Uh, Give me a second, man.
Sure,
She,
I'm looking up the cast myself.
yeah, she stole almost every scene in Moesha. Yeah, Cheryl Lee Ralph. Now, Cheryl Lee Ralph, I would argue that Cheryl Lee Ralph is one of the most beautiful women in TV history. When she was young, she was insanely beautiful. She was in a movie in the '70s. I can't think of the damn name of it right now, but she was insanely beautiful. And she was about 20 years old. Man, what is the name of that movie? Wait a minute. Shirley Ralph was in a movie in the '70s. I can't think of the name of it real quick. But Shirley Ralph, darker complected, and she's a stage actress as well. So she's a real actress. She was in a movie in the '70s called, yeah, A Piece of Action with Bill Cosby and Bill Cosby, and I think Sidney Poitier was in this. And she stole almost every scene that she was in, and she was just a 20-year-old little girl, well, not little girl, but a 20-year-old girl. And what I'm saying is that darker women, in my opinion, they just have this this profound aura about themselves, and when they are in their classy feminine, when they are elegant and poised, they will automatically outdo any other woman that's in the room that is doing the same thing as them. That's what I just believe. Now, give me a second. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, I see you in the back, RJ. Hold tight for a minute, okay? Now, only the best. On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate Brittany?
I would give her an adjustable 7.
Okay, an adjustable 7. Okay, okay. Now, let me ask you about Nikki Thot. Now, Nikki Thot is a Sudanese model or former model, another beautiful dark woman. And what I keep saying is that, I make a lot of my content for younger women, you know, and what I'm trying to tell younger women is that embrace your darker complexion. Embrace it. Your darkened complexion is absolutely profound, and in my opinion, it's a very royal skin tone. And just look at the standard of beauty when you go into these, malls. Check out who they have modeling. It's generally these dark complected models. Now, why do they have these models modeling? You got to ask yourself that question, because the industry knows that darker women attract a lot of attention, and particularly these types. Could you imagine a country where 50% of the women look like this? Do you know what country that is, sir?
You said it was Sudan.
Sudan. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Some of the most beautiful women on the planet come from Sudan. It's insane. Her sister. Now, I don't know. I can argue. Her sister is Ducky Thot, and Ducky Thot, is still modeling. But they both are insanely beautiful. But on a scale of 1 to 10, let me ask you, what would you give her?
I would give her a 9,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nikki, in my
without
opinion,
question.
yeah, without question. And look at the way she accentuates her clothes. Look at the way she's poised. And what I'm saying is that if a white woman and a black woman were doing the same pose, they had the same body type, I'm willing to bet that white men, Asian men, even Asian men who tend to have more pride in their women than white men or black men, I'm telling you, they will look at this woman as the most exotic in the room, in my opinion. Now, I could be wrong. What say you, sir?
So I'm gonna
Oh, you'd ever seen it. I
whenever
didn't put the damn screen. There you go.
whenever I look at something, I don't look at it between. I always look at it from a money perspective. What generates the most amount of money?
Yeah.
So when it comes to on-screen presence,
Yeah.
I think it's just easier to put a woman of lighter complexion on the
Mm,
screen because it'll reach more women can see themselves as that woman,
mm.
right? I
Okay.
can be her. So when the commercials roll and they're trying to sell you a Neutrogena product and it's a lighter skin complexion woman, you're more willing to buy it.
Mm.
I think that's where that comes from. Because when it like you just said, whenever they're trying to sell something in a mall, they usually have a darker complexion woman because there's more grace. And
Yeah.
again, that's because it sells better there. Runway models in particular are mainly slender black women
Yeah.
because they exude that grace. It makes you want to purchase what they're wearing. So, in
Mm.
terms of it being, I don't want black women on the screen because of this or that. I don't think that's much the case. It's more, how many of this can I sell to my audience in this 30-minute time frame? And I think she will be able to sell more product than this person.
Mm. Okay.
Now, if you want that to change, you have to have ownership. You have to have
Yeah.
equity. So
Yeah.
if you want to have more black women on the screen, well, you have to have a stake in the production company. You have to
Mm.
be able
I
to
agree.
this is my talent agency, and my talent agency just so happens to hire 90% of black women.
Mm.
So there's sure we can speculate on why they don't want a particular group in media, but who gives it? Who cares? Just make your own. Or like
Exactly.
I said, it's about where you money money and attention are equivalent. They're the same.
Yeah.
Whatever gets attention gets money. So if you don't want to see this, if you want to see more women that look like you, more beautiful women, put your patronage towards that,
Mm.
put your money towards that, because when the market sees that, they'll promote it more.
Exactly. RJ, what's going on? Salute to you. Happy New Year to you as well. And please, just a friendly reminder, we are not going to be cursing on this show. And what say you, sir? Femininity with the dark skinned women. What say you, sir?
Um, as far as the topic,
Your phone is breaking up. What did you say?
as far as the topic, you,
Yeah, I can't hear you. Your phone is breaking up. You're gonna have to come back in and come back out. I mean, yeah, come back in, okay? Uh, yeah, I can't hear RJ. I'm gonna
He
kick him
was
out the
cutting
studio.
in and out every other second.
Excuse me. Yeah, so again, I rock with Candace Owens, but for the life of me, I couldn't understand why Candace Owens made that video about the girl Brittany in particularly. But Brittany's
I
not
think
a
it's fairly simple. I think it's
what's
just
that?
competition. Like you said,
Oh,
she was being
yeah,
catty. It's all about
yeah,
competition. You
yeah.
just you said it yourself. It's a dark feminine woman, and Candace Owens is trying to be the face of that.
Mm,
Right? It doesn't really matter the woman. I believe all women are in competition with each other, and when they see something that they're lacking, or lacking may not even be the appropriate word, but they see that grace in another woman, they attack each other. Should even groups of girls that are friends, when they shit on each other.
Oh, we gotta watch the language.
Right. Sorry. They attack each other. So I just think it's the same thing. Women are in constant competition with each other. So the little biting at the heels, it is what it is.
You know, I had a few people last week I did an episode similar to this one, and I had a few people DM me and even email me and say, "Oh, my girlfriend looks better than these women. My wife looks better." And I had a few females even say, "Oh, I look better." And then when I asked them, I said, "Well, why don't you show your wife or show yourself?" They refused to do it. And obviously, well, no, I'm not gonna say that. One person who actually comes to my channel all the time, he showed his wife, and his wife is gorgeous. But other than that, only the best. Why don't a lot of people show themselves or show their significant other if they are so much more attractive than this woman is?
I don't really like to comment on that, because I don't have a significant other, and when it comes to someone else's wife or husband, if you've married that person, they're off limits. I'm not trying to really speculate on their looks, because I can't get access to them anyway.
Yeah,
so
of course not.
Why do you care how I view them? If they're treating you good and your life is great, more power to you. It's not my business how attractive you view your wife compared to the world. It's your wife. You've chosen to give her your last name. So I can't comment on that.
Who is your most attractive woman of darker complexion, sir?
I've never really thought of it. I'll have to get back to you on that. No.
Okay. Just women in general.
I really don't focus on celebrities or people of note, so I don't have any opinion on. Let me say this. I don't have a name that sticks out to me. If you said a name and if I could research them, I could give you an opinion, but I don't keep track of social media like that to give you an honest answer. It's more, I like what I like. Oh, she's attractive. Oh, she's attractive, and then I move on. I don't keep an image of this is the person. This is the one I want, because I don't see any reason to fixate on that one.
Okay. This is Nikki Thot's sister. Her name is Ducky Thot. Ducky Thot is, I mean, it's the elegance and grace are just absolutely insane. And like I said, both women are both models, but the one that stands out to me the most is Ducky Thot. And like I said, when a dark woman has class, polish, and elegance, she is going to be the supreme female in the room. And that's why I think a lot of people, again, not to sound like a broken record, they talk disparagingly about the dark woman, because they know that they cannot compete, or their presence invokes a level of fear. That's just my opinion.
I agree with you. When everyone is constantly comparing themselves to each other, and when you see something in someone that you like, that you lack, you're going to resent them. That's a fact of. You can say the same thing about the black man. For years, they there's always something to say about black men. You can either ball your fist and yell at the top of your voice, that's not true, or you can just shut up and put in the work. It's the same thing, I believe, with black women. They need to regain their image. And I think that's just the number one answer right there. If you want to see more of this, if you want to see this in abundance in the market, you have to put your money towards this, and not just men, women in particular, because it's the women that feed the market. The people who spend the most on clothes, makeup,
Yeah.
and cosmetics are women. So if Black women want to see more of this, they have to support it financially.
Mm. Guys, please hit the link. The link is at the top of the screen. It's up the top of the chat. It's pinned at the top. You're free to call in. Please, if you do call in, refrain from using vulgarity. I'm up here with only the best. We are up here talking about darker complected women and femininity. We are also talking about two different particular women. One is Nikki Thot, and the other one is Brentanny Sharraine. Happy New Year's to you guys. Happy Kwanzaa to you guys. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. Uh, guys, if you get out there, go exercise, go run this 2023 year, get out and do something. Only the best. Um, are you uh, are you in the States, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Have you traveled outside of the States?
Yes, just recently
Oh, really?
to the Dominican Republic, and I also have plans to go to Canada next month.
Oh, awesome, awesome. And you primarily just do stock options. You don't do anything else, or
In terms of gaining money,
just
finances.
anything, just anything in just general.
So I mainly focus on tech. So I do programming, uh, hardware, software. That's more my realm.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Let me see. Will Dickens says Ducky is not classy, but fine as F's. And Will Dickens, I salute to you, and positivity is definitely going your way. But I would challenge you to call into the show, cam up, and show us a woman that you are speaking with that has more class than Ducky. If you say that Ducky is not classy, but this is what I say. I believe that Ducky is classy. Um, what is she doing that is not classy, even on her Instagram? That is the question. Let's see. What's up, everybody in the chat? Salute to you. What's going on, Brittany? How you doing? Positivity is definitely going your way. VJE with the just became a member. Salute to you. Positivity is definitely going coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. We got AP in the building. Salute to you, AP. We got Gun Streets in the building. We have RJ Nixon who just tried to call in. We got Jazzy B in the building. Salute to you, Jazzy B. We got Audi boy in the building. Salute to you. We got Fancy Ketchup in the building. Salute to you. Positivity is definitely going your way. We have Queen Shenard in the building. Salute to you, Queen Shenard. Positivity is definitely going your way. Who else do we have in the building? We have D in the building. Salute to you, D. Positivity is definitely going your way, D. Hope all is well with you and yours. Who else do we have in the building here? We got Loso in the building. Salute to you, Loso. We got the Black Baron in the building. Positivity is definitely going your way, Black Baron. We got Sharon in the building. Salute to you, Sharon. Sharon says, "Good afternoon, Chaotic Truth Live," and everyone else. Thank you so much. We have Everyone Deserves to Go Home in the building. Positivity is definitely going your way. Who else do we have in the building here? I don't want to miss anybody. We got Catherine. Positivity is definitely going your way, Catherine. Catherine says, "Good evening, everyone. Positivity is going your way." Who else do we have in the building? We have Jones in the building, man. Hope all is well with you and yours. Everyone Deserves to Go Home says, "I just Googled Black women and 5 top things came up: the rise in our numbers, our health, concerns being ignored, mental illness in high functioning Black women, and aspiring Black women." An article. Who else do we have in the building? We have Learning and Earning. Thank you so much. Positivity is definitely going your way. The Solutionist. Hope all is well with you and yours. Happy New Year's. Let's see who else do we have in the building. I don't want to miss anybody, man. Again, Brittany, thank you so much. Brittany, you do an excellent job at hosting the shows, all the shows. You do an excellent job at moderating the Lapeef Network. Thank you so much. We all appreciate that. Ash in the building. Salute to you, Ash. Thank you so much for uh, thank you so much, Ash, for serving in our military and protecting us from foreign invaders. Thank you so much. We got Bob in the building. What's up, Bob? Bob is not only a member, but Bob is a supporter of many channels on YouTube. Thank you so much, Bob. Oh, boy. Thank you so much. Who else do we have in the building? I don't want to miss anybody. I'm trying to get to everybody, guys. Let me see. We got Snuggles in the building. What's up? Positivity is definitely going in your way. Snuggles. Mike from Boston says Queen Shenard follows the tap dancers. Ooh, Mike from Boston. Salute, man. Opinionated Reality says, "Did you read my lyrics on your channel last night, CT?" Yes, I think I did. I hope I did. I'm assuming I did. Tia Marie says, "Hey, CT, loving your shows. Only the best." Let me ask you a question, sir. And thank you for being here. Did you celebrate Kwanzaa this year? Only the best.
No, not at all.
Now, why not? What's wrong with Kwanzaa?
Yeah, it's just not a holiday I celebrate. In fact, I don't celebrate many holidays. So I'm the child of Haitian immigrants, and my family in particular are Christian, and
Okay.
they don't believe in basically any holidays. It's the only thing they really focus is on going to church.
Okay.
So in terms of practicing holidays myself, some of them I observe, some of them I don't even notice. It's like, oh, today was a holiday, yesterday was a holiday. Perfect, great.
Yeah. Ash with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Only the best for explaining that to all of us. Ash with the $20 super chat says, "Hey, CT, Happy New Year." Hey, man, Happy New Year to you, Ash. And thank you again, sir, for serving in our military. If it was not for you, sir, we would be living in mud huts fighting Native Americans with spears. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate your service, man. Let me
Thanks for
see
sharing,
here.
Ash.
Absolutely. RJ, what is going on, sir? Positivity is definitely going your way, sir. Can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear me?
You sound much better now, sir. Let me ask you a question, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we are talking about femininity for the dark-skinned women. Sir, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give Ducky Thot?
Let me see.
Okay, what would you give Ducky Thot? And I'm showing her sister after this one too. So it's Ducky and Nikki. Nikki is a retired model, I think, but this is Ducky Thot. Give me 1 second. This is Ducky Thot. She is a Sudanese model. Let me go to her sister, actually. Let me go to her sister. And this is her sister, Nikki Thot. Nikki Thot is in the title. Nikki Thot, I think, is about 5'9". She's about, a very slender build. And, I think that these are women that young girls, particularly, high school girls, should say, you know what, these are having dark skin is powerful. And looking at these women should be, a sign of, what's the word I'm looking for? Inspiration. But this is Nikki Thot. So on a scale of 1 to 10, sir, what would you give Nikki Thot?
Probably.
Yeah.
I'll probably say like 8.5.
Oh, wow. Okay.
8.5.
Okay. That's what's up, man. And let me ask you a question. Have you ever dated darker complected women?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Have
think
you
a
ever dated?
lot of. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh no. And have you ever dated lighter complected women?
Yeah.
And have you ever dated white women?
I pretty much date the whole spectrum.
Okay. Now, and who do you date currently?
Currently, right now, I'm chilling, focusing
You
on. Yeah.
just get weekend coochie. Okay. And so in your travels, uh, which type of woman has treated you the best? Which type of woman have you ever dated a classy woman, by the way? Classy woman.
Yeah, that's mostly all day is classy.
Really? Now, what complexion are they typically?
On a darker scale.
Do you think that's happenstance, or what do you think that is? Or do you just seek out darker complected women?
I probably seek them out. I
Oh,
mean, yeah, that's mostly what I seek out.
okay. And these women typically are in college, or where do you seek them out at?
I mean, I'm in between college and, boss and other things, but yeah, college.
Oh, okay. Okay. And typically, are they a part of some sort of organization or some sort of group?
You about to say sorority?
Yeah. Are they typically deltas? Deltas are typically dark complected, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So are they
Yeah.
deltas, or what are they? You ain't got to tell me what chapter or nothing, but what are they?
Usually, I think deltas. I mean, but yeah, deltas for the most part, yeah.
Okay. And what kind of, so when you're around these classy, darker complected women, what is their cadence like?
for the most part, I mean, they're usually just classy about their business. They not loud because I can't tolerate loud people. Like
Yeah.
I joke in the chat and stuff, but like in real life, nah, I can't tolerate loud.
Mm. Now, I was talking about, typically when darker complected women
Mhm.
exude class, when they exude femininity at a high level, in my opinion, I said that they tend to stand out more than other women in the room. Now, is that true? Or, because let's say you had a room with white women, black women, and particularly black women on the spectrum of dark and light. Would,
Yeah.
in your opinion, if they all were the same in terms of class level, which one, in your opinion, would stick out the most?
You
You ain't
talking
got,
about average? You talking
yeah,
about average, in my opinion?
in your opinion, yeah, yeah.
I'm kind of biased towards the darker skinned woman, so I'll probably say the darker skin. The light
Okay.
skin is kind of, the run the mill to me, but yeah, darker
Mm,
skin.
okay, okay. I've always thought lighter complected women typically look like Tisha Campbell. I never, yeah, yeah, yeah. So, let me ask you this. I've said that the media, I'm probably a little bit older than you, but I said that the media has attempted to destroy the black, particularly the dark female image in terms of femininity. I gave an example with Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. When I was a kid in the early 90s, when the show first came on, I think it was like 1990. I had to be like 6 years old. Um, the original Aunt Viv, she was classy, she was elegant, and she, in my opinion, I think that was too much for the show because the show was supposed to be focused on Will. Do you believe that Hollywood and media has a way of destroying the classy dark woman's image and giving her either this plain Jane looking image like they did in Family Matters, or making her this mammy character? Go ahead.
I mean, Hollywood in general portray a lot of stereotypes that's not true about black people. So yeah,
Mm,
of course, Hollywood wants to portray that stereotype. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, did you celebrate? Wait a minute. Somebody said they can't access the stream. A new chapter. Go to the top of the screen. Go to the top and click on the StreamYard at the top. It's pinned at the top. And matter of fact, I'll come inside and drop the link myself. Hopefully, it goes through. Now, let me ask you a question, RJ. Did you celebrate Kwanzaa this year?
Usually don't celebrate Kwanzaa.
No,
I
why not?
rarely celebrate Christmas. So
Mm,
yeah.
okay, okay. Uh, Now, are you in college right now? Are you a college student or some sort?
I'm a college student, but I work too. I make money at the same time.
Okay, you in your early 20s, mid 20s?
Early 20s, 23.
Oh, okay, okay. And what was your degree? What was your major in college?
Majors right
Fluent.
now, I'm in between communications and my mom. She trying to push me into pre-med.
Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Well, it's definitely going to be a worker shortage, a doctor shortage, and
There's going to
it's
be a shortage of everything.
really
Yeah.
There's
of everything,
it's
huh?
it's going to be a mess. Uh,
Mm,
I'm gonna go back to data.
go ahead.
As far as I'm aware of, the baby boomers were the
Yeah,
largest generation in history. That's
yeah.
no longer the case. The
Mm.
millennials are the largest generation in
Uh-oh.
history.
Go ahead.
And currently, 50% of millennials live with their parents. And a majority,
50%? 50%?
50%. So take that wide range for what it is and just at random lives with their parents, lives with their parents, lives with their parents.
Really?
And a majority of them don't want to work. There is for HVAC, for engineers, for welders, there is a shortage of
Yeah.
people, and they pay ridiculous amounts of money right now, especially for HVAC. With the U.S. government currently clamping down on China, all that work, all that manufacturing has to come back to the states.
Mm,
Congress is pumping billions of dollars into infrastructure, and that means money for these jobs, but no one's
Yep.
applying.
Mm.
So there is definitely a shortage.
Okay.
If that's what you want to pursue, RJ, if the medical field is something you're interested in, there's definitely a shortage. If manufacturing is what you're interested in, there's definitely a shortage. I would say pick you a career that you enjoy doing, and then just stick with it. Because right now it's only going up from here.
RJ, have you ever considered selling Coke? Selling Coke. Well, you could be a Coca-Cola distributor. Anyway, that was a little corny joke that I had. That boy will, sir, salute to you, sir. We're talking about femininity with the darker complected women, and thank you, Only the Best, for sharing that information. I had no idea that it's going to be a worker shortage everywhere. Thank you so much. That boy will. We're talking about femininity with the darker complected women. Sir, are you involved with a dark skinned woman? Or if not, is your woman more prettier, or is he prettier than the women that I'm showing right now? Keep it real.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So that's a supermodel, correct? Would you
No,
consider her?
there's only been like a handful of supermodels. She is a model. I think it's only been about 7 or 8 supermodels ever. People get this misconstrued. A supermodel is different from a model. Naomi Campbell was a supermodel.
Okay, Naomi Campbell. Gotcha.
Naomi Campbell was a
Gotcha.
supermodel.
Is Tom Brady's wife?
No,
a
she is
supermodel?
I think she's considered a model.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, man, are we specifically speaking of darker complexion women of the African American culture?
Yeah.
Okay,
We're
I'm just
talking
making
about
sure because I was about to tell you
African-American.
some stuff. I've seen darker complected women from all kinds of other groups, and they kind of get treated like how dark skinned women in the African American community get treated. Like they get treated as if they're second class compared to the lighter skinned ones, and a lot
Really?
of them have complexions. They have complexes about that. I
Really?
dated a girl back in the day. She told me, and I ain't gonna reveal who she is, obviously, but I remember she told me her parents took her to therapy one time because she asked a white Santa Claus. She sat on his knee and he asked her what she wanted for Christmas, and she told him that she wanted to have lighter skin. So he told her parents that, and they took her to therapy behind that. She was like 6 or 7 years old at the time,
Mm,
right? So I think a lot of women that grew up, especially in African American culture, they don't get treated like the princess, like a lot of the light skin, the yellow bones, the red bones, and things of that nature,
mm,
And just having conversations with them, you can almost hear the sense of the self-esteem sometimes just isn't there. And
mm,
I don't know why sometimes it manifests itself into a lot of them acting a little bit more aggressive than what I would
mm,
want to see them act, and I don't know how much of that is the cause and effect, but it's something that I have noticed in a lot of dark-skinned women. Like I find them attractive, but a lot of times it's just some baggage, and it's not anything that had to do with me. It was the upbringing, and a lot of times they can come off as less feminine because of that. It's like a
mm,
shield, a barrier that they have up.
mm. Interesting.
And that's just been my experience, man. It could be anecdotal, but I've come
No,
across a
you're
lot
fine.
of dark skinned women, man, and they almost always had like that the way that it came off was like, man, I know society doesn't think I'm that high value, but I'm gonna try to convince you that I am. And
Really?
it comes off as almost insecure, man. It's like I don't know if I'm articulating this well enough. If you're in a room full
No,
of geniuses and you know
you're
you're
good.
not that smart, you might try to overcompensate. Does that make
Right.
sense? Like
No,
if you
I'm
know
listening to
you're
what you're
not
saying.
this if you know you're not the smartest person in the room and there's a ton of geniuses in there, how are you interacting with these people who are obviously way smarter than you? It's kind of like you're
Mm,
operating from an insecure standpoint almost. And that's the feeling I always got when I dealt with darker skinned women. It's
mm.
like they don't think they the shit.
We gotta watch the language real quick. Queen Chenard says most of the dark-skinned women I've dated always randomly say they got Indian or white in them, as if that would make them or make me like them more. Thank you so much, Queen Chenard, for saying that. Now, I will admit,
I've heard
uh,
that.
you're very you're entitled to your opinion. I grew up in the Midwest. I did not know about colorism until actually I got on YouTube and started speaking with people from around the country. I didn't know about it. Where I grew up, the darker complected women were always the more popular. They were always the ones that were sought after. When I grew up, especially in the '90s, the darker skinned women tended to have the, I mean, I got to say it, they had the best bodies in high school. I mean, we're all teenagers at the time, but I didn't see this colorism thing growing up, and I never thought about it either. I mean, I dated all types of females growing up, um, but I was more attracted to darker complected women because, well, maybe it's because I went to university and I always surrounded myself around women who were just elegant anyway, and particularly when women get into school and they get into these, particularly Black Greek organizations, they exude elegance, and typically deltas are the darker ones.
Hmm.
And they have a certain level of behavior that is just, I mean, I'm not saying they're perfect, but they are just absolutely classy. And other women too, GDIs, people who didn't pledge at all. But yeah, that's your experience, that boy Will. Hey, if you experienced that, you experienced that. Hey, I can't argue with you. I mean, that's your experience. I just didn't experience that.
But guess what though? I like what you said because I
Go ahead,
met a
sir.
girl back in the day from Chicago, and that's Midwest, right? And she told me that that stuff was really not a thing in Chicago when she was growing up.
That's the
So I
Midwest.
agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. She told me that. She was like, "Yeah, man, you see down here, I'm in New Orleans. I don't see a lot of dark-skinned guys with
Well,
dark-skinned women. I
yes,
see a
and
lot of dark-skinned men with red bones and yellow bones, and
yeah,
dark-skinned women with light-skinned men. That's
yeah,
what I see for the most part."
well, Louisiana, you guys are a bunch of mixed people. I mean, it's Creole. I mean,
Hmm.
that's a mixed population, which is unique in itself. Which but um,
I saw
you know,
that in
I,
Jackson, Mississippi as well.
yeah,
You
probably
know,
the deep south. Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Um, that boy Will. So you experienced these things growing up, but did you also experience Black women when they have class and elegance, and how are they when they go into a room amongst women of their amongst colleagues of sort? D- do you feel like they have an edge up, or is it they still are jockeying for a position in the hierarchy of femininity?
I can't pinpoint a singular time when it was a dark skinned woman that I can give you an example of, but I have seen Black women in general exude excellence in a room,
Yeah.
and their presence was just felt like almost like on a like who's a like classy acting women. Like they definitely lighten up a room, and people gravitate towards them.
Mm,
It's almost like that fictional character Claire Huxtable. Like I've
yeah.
seen women really like that in real life, and
Yeah.
unfortunately, I don't see that a lot, especially with women in my age demographic.
Mm,
These were always older women I was seeing doing this.
yeah.
That boy, Will, I have a question for you. For the women that you have seen exuding these qualities, did they have their fathers in their lives?
Yeah, probably I would say so. The way that they behave, they definitely had a level of respect for themselves that I think many women who didn't have fathers growing up don't have. I
Okay.
would
Mm,
say that. I can't say for a fact because I didn't know these women on a personal level. Who knows what their upbringing were? I just know that it was a positive interaction, and you couldn't have said anything negative about them at that time
mm,
And you brought
because it
up
would
that
have been a
story.
lie.
Right. You brought up that story about the child who went with who sat on Santa's lap. You mentioned her parents. Were they
Yeah.
together? Was
Hmm.
stepdad? So it was just a regular family as well.
Yeah. So I know her very well. That was my ex girlfriend, right? So I knew her very well. Her mom and dad been together her entire life. Biological dad and biological father. They was together, married.
Okay.
you know, um, the people are asking me recently, CT, why have you been uh talking more about these types of women? And what I've made videos like this in the past, but it really it really got to me when Candace made that video about Brentanny. Brentanny is elegant. She's classy. When she talks, she speaks proper English. She's not vulgar. She's not smoking weed. She's not smoking cigarettes. She's not drinking hard liquor. And it just got to me. And one thing I could tell you this, I've been around a lot of groups of people, and particularly Asian men, they ride or die with their females. And what I mean by that is that at the end of the day, they're gonna put their females on a hold on for a second, guys. My camera just went out. They're gonna put their women on a pedestal, right? The problem that I have with hopefully it comes back. Give me a second, guys. Oh, there we go. Wait a minute, guys. Hold on for a second. The problem that I have with black men, especially, is that at least show the flag, right? You know, there are men that will blacker than me, right? Blacker than only the best, respectfully. They will get up on a panel full of hundreds of people, if not thousands, and literally will say, I only like red bones. I only like this. And I'm like, that is so stupid to me because you really won't see that. And again, I could be wrong. I hope somebody will prove me wrong, but you don't really see that with other groups of people. And that's all I'm saying. But go ahead, guys. What say you about that?
Have you ever heard a white man say that he prefers blondes, like only exclusively
Oh,
dates blonde?
absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, that's kind of like the same thing to me, like red bone versus because with white people, either they are very pale or they went and got a tan for the most part. So the only differences amongst the women that I've seen is the hair color, and I'm talking about the way it grows naturally out of the scalp, right? A lot of guys, white men, only want gingers, the redheads, right? Does the carpet match the drapes?
Mm,
That situation, blue eyes, things of that nature. So I mean, every group of people, I can't tell you what that
mm,
would be amongst Asian people, but I did
mm.
want to say this because it's kind of unfair to the Asian man, in my opinion. Like you just said that they are one of the groups of men who hold their women to such high regard on a pedestal,
But
But
their
they
women
but
come
also
their
put
first.
their
women,
women on a
but
higher standard. They hold them to a higher
But
standard. They
their women
can't
are the
be.
first to
yes,
go with a white boy.
That's true.
that's what I was about
Yeah,
to say.
yeah.
Like that's
That's the
messed up.
that's
It's
the
not
funny
fair to
part
them.
about it. Yeah,
That's so unless
yeah,
when you put that woman first, they be the first one to leave or
yeah,
something like that. But
yeah. A
yeah,
normal
man.
a normal nerd says another stream begging us to think dark skinned women don't look like Akon. Well, a normal nerd, you are free to call in and show us your beautiful non-dark woman. You're free to call in. Prove hey man, if you think all dark skinned women look like Akon, I would love for you to call in with your non-dark skinned woman and show the world how beautiful she is. So the link is there, a normal nerd. So call in.
Mhm.
Let's see. Carlisle says, CT, you sounding kind of blackety black now. No, I've always been black. I've always had black pride. I'm never listen. I call everything like I see it, and I mean, me critiquing the black community is not me not being black. It is me being black. If a coach is critiquing his team, is he anti his team? No, he's for his team. He wants the team to win, and I want blacks to win. So if I say, "Hey, Negro, pull up your pants and stop acting like a fool in public," that's not me being an Uncle Tom. That's me trying to have pride in my race. But yeah, let me see who else is in the chat real quick. Give me a second. Um, yeah, but thank you so much, Carlisle, for that comment. Tia Marie says most children start out loving themselves, and then the environment kicks in. Most self hate comes from comparing oneself to others and others, or what others deem beautiful. That sadly includes skin tone. Interesting. Let's see here. Tia Marie says, in the spectrum and diversity and complexion of features of those women in other cultures aren't as vast. Oh, good point. Good point. Ash, thank you so much again for the super chat. Says, Sharon, I agree. Born and raised in Chicago, 25 years prior to leaving the military, I never seen colorism. I loved and was always attracted to all women. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, man, it's a Midwest thing. I didn't grow up on colorism in the Midwest. And Chicago is right next door to me. JQ says, build yourself up, man. So when you see that unattainable woman, she will have no choice but to fall for you. Exactly, exactly. Malik says, why can't black men have a preference? Mine is light skinned women. You sound like a fool, Malik. No offense to you though, Malik. Salute to you, and positivity is definitely going your way. Ancestral Rage says, so there's men in here hating on dark skinned women. Y'all come from that dark skin. All of us did. Gun Street says, Chaotic Truth Live. Search Ducky Thot. and click the first image. Guys, go ahead. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor. And please refrain from cursing. Go ahead.
I actually wanted to push back. Why do you think he's a fool?
Well, he's a well. Obviously, I'm just trying to be shocking, but he's a fool because again, you will hear white boys, and I hear it all the time. I'm around, guys. If one thing I am around is white people, um, I was just at a getting lunch, and I was around white folks. They will listen. They may like black people. They may like black women, but they're always listen. Donald Sterling of the Clippers, he was still married to his wife while he was banging that black chick. Remember? Well, I don't know if she was black, but she said she claims she's black. She don't look black to me, but yeah, yeah, they'll sleep with you, have sex with you, but at the end of the day, they're gonna keep their white wife. And I think that's what black men should do. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, if you think lighter complected women are beautiful, or if you think white women are beautiful, fine, think that. But also pedestalize the people who look like you. That's just common damn sense. So yeah, I may get on here and say with a white woman is like being in heaven every day, but I'm not about to marry a white woman. That's just not me. Now, don't get me wrong. When I dated white women, I only dated two in my life. It was like heaven every day. It was very peaceful. It was blissful. It was like being in Asgard in the Marvel comics. But the fact of the matter is that I would never tell. I mean, honestly, I'm always going to put a dark woman on the pedestal because I'm dark. I love the image of myself. Go ahead, guys.
I'm gonna have to push back again.
Go ahead.
I also have white colleagues, and some of them have married black women.
Yeah.
So to me, it's everyone can have their preference. I know I'm not going to be everyone's preference. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
And it's the same for other people. It's about competition and access. The internet has provided more access than ever before.
Yes, sir.
This colorism thing that I keep hearing over and over again, to me, it just translates into competition because it's again, it's that comparison, right? Comparison is the thief of joy. All these girls and women are on Instagram and Facebook, and they're comparing each other every single day.
Yeah.
But the message they're all giving each other is, I don't want a man. I don't need a man. I don't have to do anything for a man. So the ones that are following that message and are doing without, and they're single, they're constantly asking themselves, why don't I have a man? What am I doing wrong? What is wrong with me? And I think that's where that colorism argument comes from. It's to me, it's just you have to compete for what you want. If you want this higher tier man, and the same goes for me, if I want this higher caliber woman, I have to compete. And if I can't compete, I have to bow out of the market or ask for less. But as we're all well aware, it's hard to get a woman to ask for less. And I think that's where the colorism argument comes from. Because I can't get it, there's something wrong with the system that's not allowing me to get it.
Interesting. I gotta ask that boy Will a question. That boy Will, when you and the missus, who I'm assuming is light skinned, when you guys have events at your home, and when your darker complected relatives come over, do you have them go through the back door because you don't want your neighbors to know that you got?
Let me address the first thing you said. My
Good.
girl is actually darker than I am.
Good,
She's
good.
between. She's probably a little lighter than you
Yeah.
are, but darker than me. But long story
Oh,
short, no, they do not come through the back door. And
Okay,
and
okay.
I come from a family where like I'm one of the darkest in my family.
Oh, okay.
My mom is lighter than me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just weird like that, bro. We come from Creole, if you will, lineage,
Yeah.
and it's a reason why a lot of people down here in New Orleans has the colorism stuff. Creole people owned slaves.
Really?
They were considered the more intelligent. They were the business people of the neighborhood. And yeah, that's why a lot of colorism exists in Louisiana. They were educated amongst other blacks who were at the time not educated. So they definitely rightfully so felt better, just like all educated people. I ain't gonna say all, but most educated people walking around with PhDs definitely turned their nose up to GED people. So
100%.
and that's why I think a lot of colorism exists in New Orleans specifically.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. But Yeah, man. The girl that I told y'all about, though, the one that asked her mom, or the one that asked Santa Claus, can she be white or lighter complexion? She was actually really, really feminine, but
Mm,
I think she subscribed to white culture, honestly. She went to predominantly white schools, private school, and things of that nature. Her best friends are white. So she was kind of, she was a little different, but I'm glad the best thing that happened to her was she went to an HBCU because I saw a light turn on in her head. She started to embrace her skin at that point. And
mm,
I don't know if that would have happened as she went to LSU or Tulane or one of them schools. She didn't pledge or nothing like that, but a sense of pride definitely emerged after she graduated. I can definitely say that much. And she's still, I would say, probably a feminine girl. Somebody didn't wipe
mm,
her up. She got kids with her. The guy, I knew this was gonna happen because the guy she's married to is a Creole guy with curly textured hair, lighter than I am.
mm.
I always knew she was gonna have a baby with somebody like that because she didn't want dark skinned kids, which is
Wow.
fucked up. Nah, it's a
And
fact. A
we gotta
lot
watch. We
of
gotta. We
women.
gotta watch the
I'm
language.
sorry,
Yeah.
my bad,
Yeah.
bro. My
Yeah. Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. Oh, you
I'm a
good.
YouTuber myself, and I be forgetting, dog,
Yeah.
because I don't go live. I put
Yeah.
videos on demand. But long story short, man, a lot of dark skinned women don't want to have children and see them children go through the
Mm.
same thing that they went through as far as the skin
Interesting.
tone. A lot
Interesting.
of dark skinned women. And I'll go so far and to say this, and I troll women all the time about this, light skinned women. All you light skinned women that used to make fun of dark skinned girls, I hope all your kids come out dark. I tell them that all the time. I love it. They used
Yeah.
to
This
call them
must
burnt
be.
biscuits. They used to call them burnt biscuits, African
Yeah.
American booty scratchers. I was there in the classroom when they was
Yeah.
making fun of these dark skinned girls. And I
Yeah.
love when Karma gives them a dark skinned daughter so that they can try to
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
through everything that little girl
This
went
is.
through.
This is really wild. I didn't grow up like this. I didn't see this growing up. But
Midwest,
thank you
man.
so.
Oh yeah.
Ash with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Ash. Ash says, to be totally honest, outside of my marriage, I always saw dark skinned black women, especially from Africa, as super beautiful and exotic. Thank you so much again, Ash, for that super chat. And guys, Ash is a member of the Lapeef Network. He is a staunch contributor with the super chats. He is an exceptional, and I mean an exceptional man. He's a military man. Guys, I want to just send this out to everybody real quick. Give a big shout out to our military personnel for going over to other countries and killing people so that we can be free in America. Uh, give a big shout out to our servicemen for going over to other countries and killing terrorists, killing people who do not have American interests at heart. Salute to all the servicemen and women out there, the Marines, uh, the Army, of course, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Coast Guard. Thank you guys so much for killing people so that we can be free
Oh, you're gonna
and
leave out the Space Force?
be on YouTube.
Hey,
Go
hey,
ahead.
chaotic. I don't
Yo,
want to interrupt you, but you gotta also say thank you to the military people who out there killing people in other countries all because they wanted a Camaro. You got to thank them too. It's a lot of them. A lot of go
I
on
know.
TikTok. Most of
I
Got
have
them
a
that
joined because they
Camaro,
wanted a
got that
Camaro.
Mustang.
I have a lot of listen. I have a lot of friends who are in the military, and they are some of the biggest ballers. They got all types of muscle cars and all types of things because they served in the military. Salute to you guys. Also, I would like to add another branch to the military. The third shift workers at Waffle House. You guys
You
definitely,
about to say
you
something
guys
crazy.
definitely keep America safe.
Oh,
Uh, I saw this white girl. I mean, this white girl. This recent video of Waffle House fight. White
Airbended
girl,
that chair.
man. That white girl. I mean, she had
that's
hands.
everything.
She got the beaming these black chicks. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah. So those black chicks, is like assuming that she can't fight because she's white. Black girls drunk, and I'm glad that white girl put hands to those girls, man. Salute to that white girl who is a Waffle House employee. Thank you so much. You guys are a honorary branch of the military. Thank you so much
She
for
earned her Purple
yeah,
Heart.
This man is
absolutely,
crazy.
absolutely. Salute to
But
everybody in the chat once again. Salam says CT truth is poison. Oh, said I'm poison. So, well, Salam, you are free to call in and cam up and tell us why I am poison. Be a man, Salam, and call in and say why I am poisoned. Be a man, sir. You're not a woman. You're not a little teenager. Don't be afraid to call in. I'm not gonna bite you, you little wussy. So salute to you anyway. Salam, salam Allah, alternative channel, whatever you want to call yourself. Let me see. Dolly Revenge says colorism is rooted in racism. Sadly, it has created some division with the black community. Let me see. Gun Street says Chaotic Truth Live. Why not invite Rashida Strober on one of your streams? Why would I invite Rashida Strober on one of my streams? Let's see here. Justin says light skinned women have too much ego. Tia Marie says Tar Baby, Skillet, Choco Blitz, all heard that growing up. Interesting. Wow, I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Dang.
Common names.
Yep. Let me see. The dark skinned woman in my family protects the light skinned ones. No joke. We build each other up, being it so much against any black woman. Interesting. Let me see here. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you are married to a dark complected woman. Let me see. JQ says Space Force is a part of the Air Force. That is absolutely correct. JQ says it was a Hellcat for me. JQ, thank you so much for serving in our
I
military.
knew somebody was gonna keep it real.
Let me see. Big Mac says colorism started in Asia, not Europe. I had no idea. I don't know where.
Actually, yeah, I'd have to agree. It started with
Go
the
ahead.
Indian caste system. So
Oh, the
the
Dalit
Indians,
system. The Dalit.
yeah.
I totally forgot the Dalit system. I totally. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Japanese women purposely make themselves look lighter to attract a man.
Yeah. Well, I want to go to what you said about the Japanese, but I also want to go to the Dalit system. I have watched a lot of documentaries on India. Uh, Only the best, my good sir. Do you know that they blatantly do not put darker complected Indians in the movies?
in television, yeah, they're
Like
all lighter skinned.
it's the
They are
wildest thing. Like they
all
are
lighter
blatant
skinned.
about it. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
They do not. That the caste system is very strict, and they already know if they put someone of darker skin tone on TV, television, ads, it doesn't generate money.
But the funny thing is that But the funny thing is that in the States, generally the East Indian doctors, I'm talking about medical doctors, tend to be people of your skin tone. So I mean, they're winning in some ways or fashion.
Well, that's because what America cares about, and what I really love about this country, it doesn't matter your race, your religion, your creed. What America values over everything is competency. If you're competent in something, people will give you money. It's just that simple. So it doesn't matter if you're as dark as me, light skin, brown, green. If you're competent and you're good at what you do, people will give you money. So that's all that matters at the end of the day in America. In other countries, other things take precedence. Like in India, it's what you look like first, and then your family, and then so on and so forth. But with America, if you have a dream, a vision, and the wherewithal to complete it, you can get very far.
Yeah, I totally agree. RJ, you've been pretty quiet over there. What say you about what Only the Best says? Do you agree with what he's saying that America is essentially a country where you can be absolutely purple black or absolutely powder white, but it's really just based on the content of your character and your academic accolades? What say you, RJ?
I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, the content, I mean, what you do, that's really what anybody really care about, who you are as a person. I mean, but I will say colorism is a big deal. I'm not gonna act like colorism is not. So yeah,
I'm not saying there aren't any barriers. Don't get me wrong. Everyone has their barriers. Everyone has their struggles. What I'm saying is, what Americans respect above all is your ability to generate income. I'll give you a perfect example, and this is going to be a controversial one. Donald Trump. It really doesn't matter how you feel about that guy. The reason why Americans love him so much is because he generates money.
Yeah.
It's that simple. It's really that simple.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. I generally don't like the guy, but his policies generate money. I'll give you a great example. I follow tech. I import a lot of tech products from Asia. In fact, this right here is a industrial server grade switch sitting right next to me.
Yeah.
When China implemented when Trump implemented those tariffs against China, it made purchasing stuff like this more expensive. But what it showed, and I hated it at the time, but 3 years later, it showed that America isn't dependent on China. China is dependent on us.
Ooh,
Like I said earlier, a lot of
Yeah.
that manufacturing is leaving China. It's coming back
Yeah.
to the States.
Yeah.
Right? And that was because of his policy. So if you ignore, all the Twitter posts, the rants, if
Yeah.
you follow the money, the man generates money, which is
Yeah.
why people kiss his boots, because they know if they
Yeah.
get on his good side, they'll get a piece of that.
Hey, listen, I'm a little bit older than you guys. I can tell you this: Negroes are capping. In the '90s, Negroes loved Donald Trump. In the '80s,
Oh yeah.
Oh,
oh,
facts.
Oh
He
yeah.
was friends with
Fire.
all of the celebrities, man.
Yeah,
All the
yeah,
black
exactly.
celebrities he was friends
Yeah.
with.
My pop loved him.
Ancestral Land says, who do you think India got the colorism idea from? Ancestral Land Rage, I want you to do me a favor. Study history. The Dalit system has existed for thousands of years before the European even went over into India. The Indians created that on their own. The white man didn't teach them that. No, so and Noah, you are incorrect, sir. That is a myth. Howard University never did the brown paper bag test. In my fraternity, I'm a member of the greatest fraternity on the planet, Alpha Phi Alpha. Our first general president is dark skinned, and that was over 100 years ago. So no, I don't. But it wasn't. No, there was no there was no brown paper bag test for these fraternities or sororities. No, it's a myth. Um, it may have. I don't know. It may have happened, but no, it wasn't full scale. Kari, go back and listen to the beginning. This is a live stream that is in support of darker skinned women. Go back and listen to the beginning. You probably did not come in the beginning, and you probably have not heard what we've been talking about. But we are in support of dark skinned women. Um, so thank you very much. Just go back and listen to the beginning, Kari. Salute to you, by the way. Let's see. King Shanard said, oh, Queen Shanard, little girl, says CT is lying. JQ says that is not a myth, sir. JQ, can I ask you a question? JQ, can I ask you a question? Were you born in the year 1910? How do you know these things happen? It's all a game of telephone. Well, you don't know what happened at Howard 100 years ago, or 90 years ago, or 80 years ago. This is all myth, man. You don't know what happened. Let me see who else. Big Mac says ancestral rage. Blank used the caste system to create a standard of beauty in Germany, and never mind. I'm not even gonna respond to that at all. King or Queen Shanard says, Noah, those black fraternities and sororities are bastions for self-hatred. No, they're not, Queen Shanard. You just couldn't make the line. But salute to you though, Queen. Guys, go ahead, RJ. Salute to you, man. Go ahead, RJ. You got the floor.
Wait, what we was talking about topic still?
Sir, this is just a free for all for today, man. I'm back. This is the first Tuesday back for the new year. You could bring up any topic you want, really.
Why is a lot of women say that we promote colorism as far as the rappers in the community? Why is it that a light-skinned woman gets pushed to the forefront of a rap video versus a dark-skinned woman? And why is colorism so heavy in our culture?
Well, I would like to answer that question first. I do not listen to rap. I think it's jungle music. I think it's gutter music. And in my opinion, I could care less if it was light-skinned women, white women, or dark women in a rap video. I think that if you participate in anything dealing with rap, you are participating in something demonic. That's just my opinion. So let the animals be animals, I say, in any of that rap stuff. That's just my opinion on it. But guys, go ahead. You got the floors.
But is colorism heavily pushed in the culture though, like entertainment industry wise?
Of course it is. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
But I can tell you this, man. They're pushing a lot of different agendas now in the culture. RJ, there was a time when Black people did not accept being fat and overweight. That was not acceptable. They're accepting that now, but so they're pushing, I think, colorism now in the black community too, in a lot of these music videos as well. A lot of music videos back in the day had all brown women, dark women. I don't know what they have. I don't listen to rap now, but yeah, I mean, they probably are pushing colorism now. I don't
That's
know
crazy.
why.
I as far as I can remember, man, I think those guys who were echelon guys, man, always had women of the fairer skin. Honestly, for the most part, I'm trying to think of celebrities right now that I can dark skinned wives. Who do you know right now that you look up to black wives has a wife darker than himself? Who do you look up to right now?
You're
Other than
asking.
Obama, I can think about that. Obama has Michelle, but other than that, who else?
You're asking who is a dark skinned person that we look up to?
Who is a
Obama?
dark skinned person that you either look up to or famous who has a
Besides,
dark skinned woman other than Barack Obama? I just
oh,
need an example, but I know it exists. I just can't think of it at the moment.
oh,
Can't use Oh yeah. Go ahead.
but besides okay, so we can't use our parents in this situation.
Well, I was thinking about because we were talking about. I think he mentioned something, RG, that is.
Denzel Washington.
We
Yes.
were talking about rap. We were talking about rap and
Yeah.
how they have colorism in rap. And I'm trying to think of these rappers, entertainers who have dark skinned wives. That's what I'm thinking of.
Denzel Washington has a dark skinned wife he's been married to for 40 years. Samuel Jackson has a dark skinned wife he's been married to for almost 40 years. I mean,
Okay.
the list goes on with individuals who've been married for so many years. Angela Bassett and her husband, both are dark skinned. It's a
All
lot
right,
of
I'm
these.
about to move the goalpost on you then.
Oh,
Because
that's
guess
fine.
what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Go
move the goalpost.
Go ahead.
They found these wives after they had already made it.
No, they didn't. Samuel Jackson
No,
literally.
that's why I'm saying I'm moving the goalpost. I need an example of people who made it and then got a dark skinned wife.
Who made it and got a dark skinned wife
After the fact, after the
do,
notoriety.
do I have to name? Can it be anybody?
Someone that everybody would know, I guess.
Ooh. Somebody that everybody would know that married a dark skinned woman. George Lucas.
Okay, all right.
He married a dark skin, but they were already rich anyway. But they were both but so go along with your logic. They were both already rich anyway. Melody Hobson is black and she's on the board of directors of many Fortune 500 companies. She was a CEO of, I forgot the name of the hedge fund that she was the or equities firm she was the CEO of. But yeah, she's dark complected. Even though George Lucas is white, but he definitely married he could have married any white woman he wanted, but he married this dark black woman.
My point was this, though, man. A lot of these dudes get this money, man, and they, forget all that black of the berry, the sweet of the juice shit. Stuff. They go and get them the lightest skinned women they can find.
What
All
about
white women.
What about Dwayne Wade?
Dwayne Wade, man, that's a good example right there. I'm
Even
glad
though
you said that.
even
That's
though
a great
Gabriel
example.
Union is absolutely insane, she still is dark skinned. I wouldn't want to be within 1,000 feet of that couple, but I mean that's a good example. Big Mac, thank you so
Dwayne
much.
Wade is paying for his choice right now. He may have been infatuated with the aesthetics, but now her mental state is destroying their family, and honestly, it is sad to watch in real time.
It's funny how quickly I lost attraction for Gabrielle Union, because that used to be my go-to for somebody like, man, who you think a fine dark-skinned woman was? I was like Gabrielle Union every single time, but man, recently, bro, it's just she's no longer attractive to me, man. It's that mindset for me. I can't do it, bro. I don't like it, man. Everything she represents is a turn off. A woman's mindset is a turn off. A woman's mindset is a turn off. If she subscribes to the Union, to the Wade mindset, oh my God, hell no. I can't do it, bro. It'll never work. Because I'm going to speak my mind. You're going to get upset. I don't believe little boys should be able to make a decision if they want to be a girl. I don't believe in that. And as soon as you say you believe in it, that's when the friction going to start. So that mindset.
Interesting.
Oh my God, man. I can't do it, bro.
Big Mac says, who is worse, light-skinned Jada Pinkett or dark-skinned Gabrielle Union? Man, wow, that is the question
That's a
of
hard
the century.
question.
That is a question of the century.
Both
And Big
of them.
Mac, that is a very hard question. I'm going to attempt to answer that. Primetime, please refrain from cursing, sir. By the way, it's not just for you; it's for everybody. Salute to you, Primetime. Uh, ooh, light skinned Jada or dark skinned Gabriel? Oh man, that
The
is
worst.
hard. That is absolutely hard. You know what? I don't know.
I
I
say
can't
dark
answer that
skin
question.
Gabriel. I said dark skin
I can't answer
Gabriel.
that one because they're both. I mean, I wouldn't want to be around either at all.
No. Forget their
I think
behavior, their
Jada Pinkett
antics.
is worse.
Just
I think Jada
attractiveness.
Pinkett worse.
I
Are
might.
we
Oh, you
talking about
talking about
attractive?
physical attractiveness? Oh
No,
man, Gabrielle looks
we're
better.
talking about who is worse.
I might say
Their
Gabriel.
wait. Their behaviors, right?
Their behavior, correct? Yeah.
Oh,
Mm,
okay, yeah,
Gabrielle.
Gabriel.
yeah, Gabrielle, because
Jada
he,
only hurting Will, man.
Yeah.
Gabrielle hurting the whole generation.
no, at least Jada is not trying to let Will trying to make his children to Transformers.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
I
worse.
think she would co-sign it if they wanted to, though. I think she would co-sign it.
Co-signing it and actively going through with it are completely different things.
Right.
No, what I feel what you saying, but I'm saying if what's the boy's name? The Smith son. What's his name? Jaden.
Jaden,
Yeah.
yeah.
If Jaden would have said he wanted to be a girl when he was 8, 9 years old, man, just seeing everything that I've seen from Jada, I think she would pull the Gabrielle Union card. Honestly, I think
that's
she
a
because they're in Hollywood already,
Yeah.
you know.
that's a
She just
That's a valid point. That's a
Prime,
speculation we can make. But Gabrielle Union is the one that went through with it.
Hey, Prime, real quick. We're talking about darker
option
complected
presented
women
itself to
again.
go through with it. That's why she went through with it.
It's like part two. It's like part two, right?
Yeah. So I showed Nikki Thot, who's a Sudanese model, and I showed Brentanny, whom you've seen before.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Is there an elegance of femininity that darker complected women have that is so graceful that younger black female that you would say, listen, if you're a younger black female, especially if you're dark, adapt these characteristics and you will be the center of attention, because not only do you have these refined characteristics, your dark complexion exudes so much beauty that you will be the center of attention somewhere, or you just think I'm just talking crap and white women, lighter women.
No. You're right. It depends on the location. Depends on the environment and then the location and everything. Because wait, hold on, car. Got too loud. But it depends on the location. Like here in New York, like masculine chicks is like pretty much anyone that's like black and brown, but it's like mostly dark skinned chicks that masculine here in New York. But depending on where they at, yeah, I could see it like that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Primetime. Back to thank you so much again, Ash. Ash with the $2 super chat says she just wants to sleep with your friends. Talking about Jada. Queen Princess Shenard says CT got to be projecting with the title of this stream. Thank you so much, Princess Shenard, for their comment, man. And again, guys, thank you so much for all the super chats and cash apps, man. These super chats and cash apps are incredible. Let's see here. King Shenard says, "Who doesn't love a dark skinned woman?" That is correct, man. I agreed. Now, AAB says something interesting here. She says they are combining dark skinned and brown skinned women together, and I don't like it. Now, AAB brings up an interesting point here. Are dark skinned women, so for example, I brought up Nikki Thot. Nikki Thot, is she different from a brown skinned woman, or is brown skinned woman another category in itself, like AAB is saying?
I think they are together.
They're all together. I don't separate women by skin
It
type.
depends on it really depends on the person, man. It really depends.
Go ahead.
Nah, that Sudanese girl is dark skinned, and I feel like brown skinned women would be more like your Angela Bassett and your Nia Longs, and I think those are brown skinned women.
Yeah.
Hey man, I will say this though. The girl, I don't remember. I think it was something with Ducky in it. I think I went to her Instagram.
Ducky Thot. Yeah, that's Nikki Thot's sister. Yeah, she's super hot. Yeah. What about her? So this is a knock. She was discovered at Howard University about 7 years ago. I beg your pardon? Yeah. I'm sorry. What'd you say, sir? Okay, I don't think he said. What'd you say? Hold on for a second. I'm losing somebody here.
Yo,
But
you can
yeah,
hear me? All right.
yeah, I hear you. Yeah. So this is a knock. A knock is, in my opinion, a straight 10. This is another beautiful,
What?
graceful. I'm sorry. Who said what? I'm sorry. Who said what? I'm sorry. What happened?
Wait,
I'm sorry.
you said that's a straight 10?
Of course she is. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. Without a doubt, she's a straight 10.
So your
I don't believe in tens. Tens don't exist.
Okay. Well, that's you.
Especially with her.
Again, that's your guy. Listen, you guys are entitled to your opinion. I think that a knock
My
is,
bad, Callie. You're right. You're right.
yeah,
My
I'm just
bad.
saying, I just think a knock is a straight 10. I think that she's in the top, or I believe that she's in the top at least, I mean, the top 1%. I don't think that I think this woman, if she were to walk on Ohio State's campus, she looks better than every single woman on campus times two. She would, like I
The
said,
thing is, you're gonna have to convince those guys that only like the red bones. That's the only
well,
thing. Those guys, you could take two identical women, man. One light skinned like Michael Jackson, the other one dark skinned like the
yeah,
Sudanese model, and they're gonna choose the light skinned one,
but
even
that
though
boy
everything
will.
else is the same.
But that boy will. See, this is the thing, though. The standard of beauty has never been it has never been determined by black inner city men who are attracted to rap Instagram thoughts. Vogue magazine is $1 billion magazine.
Tell me about it.
And this woman and so many other dark women who look like this, I've been on that magazine. The standard of beauty is what the global population likes. And I'm telling you, they're not going to put some BBW generally on the Vogue. They're just not. They may do it once or twice as a little.
These days,
No, they may do it. They may do it as a novelty, but generally, the standard of beauty has always
Sports
been.
Illustrator.
See, but see, you're talking about doing something as a novelty. That's a novelty. What they're doing now, putting big fat women on Sports Illustrated. That's never happened before. They're trying to be woke. But other than that, the standard of beauty has always been tall and thin. It just has been. I grew up in the 90s. I grew up in the 80s. I'm telling you, it's never. What's going on now is woke culture.
I think the standard of beauty is moving to like the BBL culture though.
It's all about
culture.
money, man. They know that most women are out of shape, so they don't want to alienate them by pushing
the
slim, tall women.
Agree.
They gotta them big girls are spending money, man. So they gotta put them in there.
But see, that boy will. What is going to eventually hurt Sports Illustrated and so many other high-end modeling, magazines. Eventually, women are going to stop consuming. Men generally were purchasing the Sports Illustrated for the calendar issues, and generally, it's going to go right back to what it was always is. Just like the WNBA in the 90s, for 2 or 3 years, the WNBA was popular. It wasn't on scale with the NBA, but eventually, women got tired of it, and men don't care about it. And the same thing is going to happen with this woke culture. Like I'll give you an example. I always give this example. Only the Best. You look like you're a Star Trek watcher. Star Trek. Do you watch Star Trek? Only the Best.
Okay.
For anybody who watches Star Trek, they've redone the original series. It's called Strange New Worlds. Nichelle Nichols, who died, by the way, was the original Uhura. Look her up. Look up the young.
I know about the original cast. I know about her.
Look at the girl right now playing Uhura now. She looks like me. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Be woke all you want. But what's going to happen is you're not going to continue to have your fan base because, like I said, when I was watching Star Trek in the 90s, I was watching it because the women were beautiful. The women look like me now. I'm not watching that. I'm not watching that right now. I don't want to watch me on screen and as a female role. No. I'll show you a picture of her. But yeah, so
but then again, that brings me back to what I originally said. It's about money, right? Mm-hmm. And these shows aren't going to continue because the fans don't support them. Means they don't generate money. Yeah. So if you want to see more beautiful, darker complexion women on the screen, you have to put your money towards it.
Yeah.
That this country cares about things and money. So you have to focus on those things and money. So put your money towards the things you want to see.
Flo with TV says, this is the reason I unsubscribe from Chaotic's channel. This conversation is ridiculous. Salute to you, Flo, with Joe TV. Thank you so much for unsubscribing to me. But go ahead. Somebody said something. Somebody said my name.
Yo, I was about to ask you this. How you feel about this? Because I know you be studying your history and stuff. At one point in time, a heavy-set man or woman was a sign of like wealth, because at that time food wasn't readily available. So if you had some extra pounds on you, they were like, all right, cool, they got money, they
That
eating
was
good over
only
there.
in Victorian Europe. That was not in Africa. That was not in Europe and in Asia. And that was only
The
in one part of the
king's
world.
disease.
All right.
Yeah,
Oh, but look, let me finish
that
the
wasn't
question.
in
Let me finish the
Africa.
question. Let me finish the question though. So the question is this, right? Society was telling people that, okay, that person is doing well because they're big. Society told them that. So if society pushes big women and oversized women in the media more, and they're spending billions and billions of dollars, are they not capable of socially programming men into thinking that that's what they really like if they catch them from the time that they're young? All they see is big girls on TV, man. I think that TV and social media, I think that if they catch these boys and little girls young enough, that they could make them like what they want them to like.
Well, yeah, that's what they've done with so many. I mean, that's what they're doing now, man.
Indoctrination.
I mean,
Indoctrination.
Yeah,
yeah,
they're doing
they're
it.
doing it
Yeah,
now,
they're
and
doing
it's
it now.
successful to an
Yeah.
extent, but it's only going to work so far to an extent.
But naturally, let's be honest, man. The standard of
We ain't
beauty.
coming out the womb liking them like that, but I
Well,
think they can train us to like
that
them.
boy will. Listen, man. I don't care what the media does. You know, the standard of masculine beauty is the Greek god. You just know it. It's something in your brain just tells you that's how I want to look, like that like that image. Let's be honest. I don't care what the media says. The media could tell me to eat all day and be fat, but I know at the end of the day that looks better than being fat. So it's the same thing with women. Women know that looking like a model is the standard, because they always say, well, accept me for who I am. Blah. Well, if it was accepted, why should we accept it for who you are? You should just be accepted already, right? Because skinny, thin models ain't worried about being accepted. They already know that is the standard of beauty. That's just
Yeah,
it.
but I'm not talking about you, chaotic. You're 30 something years old, right? You setting your ways already. You know what you like. I'm talking about when they're showing kids who don't know what they like, what they want them to like. That's what I'm talking about. It's a difference. You grew up in the 90s. You've already said, I like this type of woman. I want to look like a Greek god myself personally. But if they catching 4 or 3-year-old boys and they're first time seeing women, period, are like the oversized ones, the BBWs, and that's what they've seen from day one, it's a strong possibility that they're going to grow up and that be their preference.
Could be, man.
Us, we're already grown. We like what we like, but they catching them young, man. That's what I'm saying. It's the social programming.
Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
But no, man, I was about to say that girl hands look like she could palm an NBA regulation basketball easily. The Ducky girl.
What girl? What girl were you talking about?
What?
No, I went to Ducky, whatever her name is. I went to her Instagram page and I was looking at her.
Oh, what's that on the cover of Vogue? She don't
Again,
look too
this
slim.
cover,
Plenty
like I said,
thick though.
This cover is a very woke cover, and again, I feel like this cover weighs 1,000 pounds, and I don't want to look at it. I don't. I want to look at skinny, thin models. I'm sorry. That's what I want to look at.
That dark skin girl is beautiful though. I don't know who she is. Who is that?
The girl. This is a knock. This is the girl's page right here. This is a knock.
Nah, she's beautiful, bro. People crazy if they don't think she's attractive.
She
might not be a 10 to you, but she's not ugly by
knock,
no stretch of the imagination.
In my opinion, a knock is a straight 10. I think she's one of the most beautiful women on the planet.
Nah, she got a forehead like me though, so she can't be no 10.
Nah, come on, man. You just trying to find a fault in her now. Stop.
No, I ain't giving nobody a perfect. Nobody giving one of them.
Oh, okay.
Her forehead did nothing to you, man.
Please. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
She's not. No.
She got that boy Will forehead, son. She can't be no 10. Hold on.
I ain't gonna hold you.
But nah, she definitely nice though, bro. That's good work.
Yeah.
That's good work, man. Nobody gonna tell you nothing. You walk in there with you the man, you got her.
Listen, man, let's be honest, man.
You the man if you got her, bro. No cap.
In my opinion, this should be promoted. The standard of beauty for black women. I'm sorry, this is just the honest to God's truth, man. This is just a stand. Now, this is the photo where she was discovered at Howard.
Damn.
Now, she was at Howard's homecoming. She didn't go to the school. She went to another college, but she was at Howard's homecoming. She was discovered there. Like, that just shows you right there. And she went viral. This was 6 years ago. Yeah. Yep. Let me see who's in the back. Oh, that will. Go ahead, sir. You guys got the floor. Go ahead, guys.
I got a question. What about?
Go ahead, Prime.
What about? I know this is just strictly dark skin talk, but what about Sade in her prime in the 80s?
Who?
Sade.
Who the Sade?
Operate.
Oh,
Sade.
Oh, Sade is. See, I never looked at Sade for in terms of like. I mean, obviously she's physically beautiful.
Smooth operator.
I mean, obviously, Sade is physically beautiful, but Sade's voice is so beautiful that, I mean, that's what draws you into her. I would give Sade, I mean, if it was okay, just based on looks, and if she couldn't sing, maybe a 7. But because she could sing, and I, regularly listen to her, I would give her 11, 12. She's yeah.
Fair enough.
She's beautiful now at 60 something years old, by the way.
Yo, I'm glad you brought up Sade.
She's decent.
Nah, yeah. she cold, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I always thought she had some African roots, and I'm glad you brought her up because I finally remembered to go on Wikipedia, bro. She's Nigerian based, right? So I always seen it within that cranium that she got.
Guys, give me a second. Balancing codes. If you cam up, I will drop all the men down, and I and you can talk alone. If you cam up, I will drop all the men, and me and you can talk alone. So if you're still there, balancing codes, you don't have to do a show for tomorrow. Me and you could do one right now. I'm not doing a show on my channel tonight, and me and you can talk, okay? And I promise you, you can have almost free reign to talk about what you want to talk. You could even talk about me. Yeah. So I would.
Does she not realize what she's saying is completely hypocritical? That's what women do all day long.
Women do it all.
All day.
Height, age, money.
Only the best. Only the best. Let me tell you something. A story. Only the best. When I was teaching many years ago, a colleague of mine, she had a birthday party. I told the story last week. She had a birthday party. She invited me to her birthday party, and she was a little bit overweight. Her cousins come through. Her cousins are these overweight big black girls. So it's a whole bunch of us over at the apartment. I mean, not the apartment, the hotel room, and it's in the downtown area where I live at. And her cousins come to her and say, how come, I ain't about to say my name, but how come CT ain't talking to us? She tells them, oh, he don't talk to big girls. These two big whales walk over to me and say, oh, what kind of nigga don't talk to no thick chicks? Now, these chicks ain't even thick. They big. And I said, sweetheart, I didn't say anything at all. I just have a preference. I didn't tell your cousin to tell you guys that. I just don't talk to big females. I just don't do it. It's just my thing. For almost 2 hours, these chicks were just ranting and raving about how a black man should. All right, thanks, Primetime. A black man shouldn't have standards. Who am I to have standards, etc.? But black women can have all types of standards. A black woman can sit up there and talk about a man's penis size, his height, his finances, etc., without free reign. But as soon as a black dude says, I would rather talk to the 21-year-old girl who works at Chick-fil-A who's thin and skinny. She ain't got to have no degree or nothing. What? What? You grown. Why'd you talk to her? What? Because women don't like that. So if she calls in, I would drop all the men down and she can just talk all day long.
Oh, I would love to hear that conversation.
Yeah. Balancing codes. Listen, balancing codes. Balancing codes. I am inviting you to call in, and I will drop only the best RJ and that boy Will. And I will be quiet for the most part. I will sit here and listen to you. And I'll just
hey, but what did we say? We didn't say nothing disrespectful.
That boy Will.
What are they talking about?
We did say something disrespectful.
What we say?
We have opinions and options about women, and that's what is bothering her.
She doesn't like us hearing, comparing and contrasting, comparing notes. She can't take it. She can't handle it.
Because she's probably used to simps. Same thing with, I don't want to say her name. I'm not even gonna say her name. This one female that called in on this panel a long time ago. See, she's so used to simps because she thinks she's the baddest where she comes from. And she probably saw me and said, "Oh, CT, he corny, he this, he that," not knowing I've been around the block. I don't care how I look, how tall I am. I've been around the block, and you're just a dime a dozen. And from the viewpoint of where I come from, and a lot of women don't understand that. A lot of women are used to simps. See, I don't call women queens and all that nonsense. You know, you if, in my opinion, you got to wash my dishes. You know, you got to clip my toenails if from my perspective. And it's the truth. What are you doing for me? I'm the man. You're not. Who are you? I build society. Well, I haven't built society, but I can build society if given, you know. Remember that show they had where the men and the women were put on like an island, but they were put on
Survivor.
The men practically invented the damn internet. The women couldn't even make a damn fire. Go ahead.
No, you're right. They constantly, I watched some clips of that. They constantly kept coming to the men's shelter for help. They couldn't do anything on their own. And I'll give Code her due diligence. Sure. We can comment on these women. If I ever saw this woman in real life, I probably couldn't get her. That's straight up. That's true.
You mean the model? You mean a knock?
Yeah, a knock. Or any of the thoughts. I'm just putting it out there.
Unless right? I mean, but those are the top 1% of the 1%, only the best. So don't feel, I feel
no types about it. I know what I can get and I know what I can't get. I know what I can achieve and I know what's not possible. And I orientate myself for that. Like for instance, I'm a well-spoken black man. You are. And I like. I'm not
gonna lie to you. When you had your avatar on, I thought you were white. I'm not gonna lie to
you. So keep. I did that on purpose. So keep that image in your head. A majority of black women around me don't find me interesting. Like I don't get me wrong. I date all types, all shades. But when I pursue black women, as soon as they hear me, the first thing they say is, "You talk white. You act white." And they don't appreciate it. And again, that's fine. But what I've come to realize is that other women appreciate me. And again, if I'm not appreciated here, I'm just going to go someplace else. No shade to anyone. Just everyone has to be aware of that. And I guess hearing that offended her.
And look, only the best. This is the stuff that pissed me off, right? See, I went to college with a whole bunch of black women that were really, really intelligent, and they wouldn't give a dude like you a chance. And that's what make me mad, because the neighborhood
they wouldn't even look my way.
Right.
It's okay. That's fine.
Let me finish this statement.
Yeah.
I went to an HBCU, and if you know anything about
which
HBCUs,
one did you go to, that boy Will?
I went to Xavier, man, and it's in the middle of the hood, man, just like most of them are. And they used to have dudes that grew up in the neighborhood that didn't attend school coming and smashing women who are now pharmacists, doctors, dentists, optometrists. Well, I ain't gonna say engineers, but they were dating hood dudes and wouldn't give the articulate, intellectual black guy a chance. As soon as you approach one of them, as soon as you approach one of the girls I'm talking about, just off the way you speak,
I wish
they're dry. It's off.
Only the best. I wish I would have known you back then, because I would have told you the secret to procuring a black woman is having a white woman on your arm. That is, my brother is married to a white woman.
This man stupid.
He's married to a white woman, and actually he's about to have another child. And I'm telling you, wherever he goes, I see the black women snarls. And he's told me stories about how black women will walk up to him when sometimes the black women will walk up to him while his white woman is there and say something smart. "Oh, you can't get no black. Oh, you this, you sell up, blah, blah, blah." And what I'm saying is that that is the best way, only the best. Get you a white woman. Make sure she's decent looking or good looking. And it's not just you, only the best. It's just any man in particular. If you want to get a black woman, all you have to do is walk around with a white woman on your arm. Oh yeah, it's easy. It's absolutely easy. Yeah, black woman will walk up to you and she'll want to give you her number. She'll want to give you her IG. She'll want to talk to you. Hey, what's your name? Because she knows that she can't compete. Now she's put that in her head with this white girl. It could be ugly. Listen, look at how many black females are jealous of that white girl just pearly things because she got all those Negro dudes following her. Just think about how crazy this is. She's a basic looking white chick. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, if you're young
100%
in the chat,
correct.
if you're young in the chat, you're 18, 19, 20. CT told you the secret. A lot of people won't tell you the secret. I'm telling you the secret. Walk around with a white chick. Watch how many black girls get you there. Man, when I went to college, man, I used to do that stuff on purpose and be funny with it. I'll walk around on campus with all types of white chicks just to be funny. I still got black chicks anyway without the white thing. But yeah, do that. See what happens.
So CT, to your point and to our earlier conversation, you were talking about the black community, right? So as that boy Will said, right, he's seen it firsthand where you'll have well-spoken men come up to black women, will approach, which you don't see anymore, and get rejected, turned down, or even laughed at. But other women of other communities will actively go after these men. Oh, he's an engineer. Oh, he's a doctor. So their talent, their resources, all of it goes to that other community. All of it. And as these years go by, we've seen it with the Gen X women, right? All of them on these panels, they have their own shows, they have no husbands. Now it's going to be with millennial women. What people don't realize what's about to happen. Again, 40% of women are going to be single and childless. That has never happened in the history of the world, of recorded history. What we're going to see is an epidemic of sadness sweep this nation. Shoot, white women are the highest uses of prescription medication, right behind black women. And that number is only going to grow. It's going to look bad.
Hey, you know what's something crazy, man? It kind of made me think about what you were just saying. I got a nephew, well, not nephew, I'm sorry, a little cousin. He goes to Arizona State University. He's doing aerospace engineering, right? Very, very intelligent, but he's also a gifted athlete as well. And he's like 6'3", very intelligent.
Say less.
This white girl locked him down the moment she met him. Freshman year, he's a senior now. And so many black girls never gave him a chance. It's like they can almost see a person who's going to be upwardly mobile. She snatched him, bro. She was like, oh, you one of the smartest guys in the class, and this ain't no easy subject. Aerospace engineering, you got to have some brains to do that, man. This is all math-based and, anyways, long story short.
And when he has children and when they have kids, guess what? All that money is moving to her community.
That is true.
Exactly, man. And it could have been avoided. Yeah. But they want what's lit. They want the dude that got clout right now. They want the dude that's a little hood and edgy, which is,
I'll just give you another perspective. All this feminism talk, when times get hard, the white woman turns to her white man. That's the Spanish woman turns to her Spanish husband. The Asian woman turns to her Asian husband. In 20 years, that will no longer be the default for black women. You won't even be your man's first pick. Think about that. Asian's first pick, Asian woman. White man's first pick, white woman. Spanish man's first pick, Spanish woman. That will not be the case for black men. It won't. So if women think they don't have to compete now, it's going to be vicious in the future. They don't like hearing the word competition. That's all you will hear going forward. Because now men are comparing notes, all ages, up and down. And now with the rise of the passport movement, men aren't sequestered to just women in America. It's global. And
only the best. These little black dudes, they putting in the work right now behind the scenes, man. And guess what? When they level up and they can pick any woman they want, you think they're going to pick the combative woman that didn't give them a chance back in the day when they was at their lowest? Or they going to go where they're, appreciated? And guess what? Every woman wants a man that could be a protector and a provider. And we just so happen to be the most desirably sexually. That's at least that's what I've been reading on these streets. That black men are the most desirable when it comes to sex. So now you take that same guy that has this ultra sex appeal, and he has resources, and he's able to protect you. Come on, man! Every woman in the world gonna want that.
It's not even just the sex. So according to dating apps, it's into what's most desired. It's white men number one, followed by black men, but then past the desirability point, when it comes to being in a relationship, black men are more amiable. So it really doesn't matter what situation you throw the black man in, he'll fit, right? And that's highly desirable across the world, which is, and when you give black men access, we're going to see what's going to happen. I honestly don't think black women are ready for what's about to happen.
Balancing codes. I mean, again, what is so lame about what anybody has said up here? All we're saying is that darker skinned women are, in my opinion, at the pinnacle, especially when they are refined and they're classy and they're elegant. I show plenty of dark women. I said that the standard of beauty is dark skinned women. I said the standard of beauty is thin women. What is so lame about saying that? I don't get it. What is lame about that?
I don't
Are
even.
you jealous of the fact that I said that dark women are at the standard of beauty, balancing codes? All you gotta do is call in balancing codes, and I will drop all the men down. Just me and you can talk. I made a video last week about the jealousy that is geared towards dark women. Why is it that when black men like myself say that dark skinned women are the standard, why can't you take that? Why I don't get that. Why does that bother you? Uh, anyway, I'm sorry, RJ. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, I feel like it's a lot of. I'm gonna go off what you said. Yeah, it is. I'm starting to feel like it's jealousy towards the darker skinned woman because I mean, we just gave them praise, and it's like people getting in the uproar, mad about oh
Yeah.
nothing. It's crazy.
I think that with the whole passport bro movement thing that's going on, I think what it's doing now is starting to wake up a lot of black women. It's starting to, at least I think, in my opinion, put a little bit more fear because what it's doing is it's letting black women know that a lot of black men are waking up. They're now realizing the options that, a lot of men have, and we're not going to take any bullshit. We're not going to put
We
up
gotta
with
watch the
any crap.
language, by the way. It's
Oh, sorry, my fault, my fault.
yeah, we gotta watch the
Sorry,
language. Yeah. Go ahead.
sorry. We're not going to take any crap. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And with 2023, it's only going to get worse from here. It's only going to get worse. Things are going to get bad. And there are some black men I would agree that ain't doing what they're supposed to do, but on largely, most men are stepping up to the plate. Most men are doing what they have to do to get on their purpose, focus, and still hold themselves accountable every day like we always do. Whereas the women, we're not really seeing much of that. And once black men are gone, once they fully cross over and start to explore into the other ethnic groups, where is it going to leave black women? What are they going to do? They won't have no choice but to cooperate more, get on a man's program more, and really
Cooperate with who?
men.
Hold on for a second, guys.
What men?
Give me a second, guys. Hold on for a second.
Sure.
Hold that thought. Balancing codes. Balancing codes. Just cam up. Just cam up. Not when he's equating characteristics to skin color. There's no science behind it. It's just stupid and preference. Balancing codes. What on earth are you talking about? Okay, balancing codes. Okay, since it's not about characteristics, and I'm assuming you're talking about physical. Balancing codes, cam up right now and show us a photo of when you dated a midget or a dwarf. If it ain't about characteristics, stop it. Women practice all types of exclusion when it comes to dating preferences, when it comes to the physical characteristic realm. Stop it. I don't want to get chaotic today. I've been mild and calm all day, really because I'm tired. I've been mild and calm all day. But Balancing Codes, cam up. I would drop all these Negroes down, and me and you could talk. We've talked before. You're mad because men have physical characteristic preferences. I can't believe Chaotic, who looked like a California raisin, he's saying all this. Yeah. I'm not. Listen, I've never been a simp. I've always had standards. Now, I will admit, some drunk nights in college, I did get some BBW coochie, but nevertheless, most men do have standards. So
Bro, wow.
just get over it. Get over it. Yes, we have standards, Balancing Codes, just like women do. You ain't never dated a midget. You ain't never dated a dude with a big mole on his face. You ain't never dated a dude who was bald. Well, some women, well, not the dog bald people. You get what I'm saying? Like the bald where you got the hair right here and it's like bald right here. You ain't never dated no dude like that.
The bird nest.
Well, yeah, bird nest. So why you capping, Balancing Codes? You're talking the chaotic truth, man. You ain't talking to somebody who's a BSer. You talking to somebody who is the Negro whisperer. I tell the truth, not just about myself, but about everything, and especially Black culture.
And you know what? Black women worse than we are, bro.
Well, that boy, give me a second. I got solo. Give me a second. Give me a second. Now, Balancing Codes, ain't nothing stopping you from camming up. Cam up. Show us the 500-pound Black dude that you dated. It is about characteristics, and you know it. It's always been about characteristics. And why can't men have characteristics? I like thin women. So what?
Preach,
so do a lot of men. I like tall women. Well, most women are taller than me anyway. So the fact of the matter is that yes, men have characteristics, believe it or not. Balancing Codes. Guys, go ahead. I'm sorry to cut y'all guys off. I'm sorry. She pissed me off.
Just real quick.
Man, I was just gonna say, man. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Just real quick to finish. I don't know if it was I think to do it on the next to me. What I mean is like a lot of these issues I'm seeing is mostly in the Black community, to be that more specific when I'm talking about, the men and things like that. Because when I look at other ethnic groups, yeah, they have their own problems or whatever, but on largely what's being shown on the internet, what's happening today in the world, what's going on right now is mostly in the Black community with women. They're pretty much just doing whatever it is they want to do. Don't really care what anybody thinks. They're wearing whatever it is they want to wear with the bonnets on their head, talking disrespectfully men and things like that. And when does the change happen? When are we gonna see the change? You know what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to, I ain't gonna
No, you're good. I just want to read the super chat real quick. Ash, again, thank you so much, sir. You've been dropping these super chats like Michael Jordan dropped 45 in game 5 of the 92 NBA finals, game 5, whatever. Yeah, thank you so much. 93. Balancing Codes is fine. Unfortunately, I'm married to a non-Black woman. But in my generation X or Gen Xer days of late 80s, early 90s, conservative Black women, similar to Balancing Code, were not checking for me. Oh, thank you so much again, Ash, for the tweet.
That's a fact, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look, that's what I was about to say. Black women worse than Black men when it comes to these standards and stuff. Like, man, we all know a Black woman that will not date a light-skinned guy or a dark-skinned guy. Like, they have strong preferences. Man, exactly. A dude, we don't even be asking for much, man. Just shut the hell up. That's about it, really. Yeah. We don't have a height requirement. Some of y'all got weight requirements, which is cool. That's your preference. But for them to get mad at us for saying that we want a slim woman, which is like the bare minimum, you're healthy, you're not indulging in too much food, maybe you hitting the gym, that's a bare minimum. I went to the gym yesterday, man, they had, and you would think it would be a whole lot of women at the gym because of the New Year's resolution, but it was more men in there trying to improve their health than it was women. Because, dog, you go in that gym, you be like, all right, cool, they got some work up in here. Man, I don't never see women at the gym I go to, man. Be a whole bunch of men and guys who like other guys. If y'all get what I'm saying.
Glad Ash
that's about it.
With that super chat, because it showed, even for him, a military man, that white women are, or I'm not even sure if it's a white woman, but women of other races are checking for him, right? He married someone else. This is a decorated, I'm assuming officer, but this is a decorated veteran, right? Other women of other races are going for that. I have a relative of mine who's in the military. He's in the Navy. He's dating someone of a different race. I have another cousin of mine. She married a white woman. My brother is engaged to a white woman. So there are other women of different races actively pursuing black men. My point is, there's not a lot of time for black women to wake up. There is no time. It should have been 5 years ago they woke up. Honestly, I believe it's too late now, because now with the internet, the access of all this information, this knowledge is out there. You have men young and old opting out. Competition is only going to get higher from here. It's not going to get less. Times are only going to get harder. And for men that can survive through those times, they're going to be heavily sought after. If you didn't think you had to approach a man before, you're going to have to now.
You don't think black women can be saved?
Balancing Code says uplift your women first and stop criticizing them. Balancing Code, you must have came in like 45 minutes ago. For 2 hours, I literally was uplifting black, particularly dark black women. You go to the beginning, Balancing Code. I think might be some communication thing here. Go to the beginning. I was uplifting black women for 2 hours. And it's not criticizing black women when you say that you like thin black women. Are white boys criticizing white women when they say they like blondes or they like blue-eyed blonde women who are thin as well? No, I don't think so. That's just it's just the honest to God's truth. The standard of beauty is tall and thin, model-looking women. It's just the honest to God's truth. Fat men are not sought after generally over men who are in shape. It's just the honest to God's truth. Let's be honest. And men don't care. Short men are not desired over tall men. I've been in situations where I've been the shortest in a group, and women will gravitate towards a tall person until I get to talking and they see I'm funnier and more charismatic, and they come over to me. But generally, a tall dude ain't got to say much.
So CT, what you're saying is you have to compete.
Yeah.
You couldn't compete in height, so you had to compete in other methods. That's all men are saying. You have to compete.
Yeah.
And its competition is only going to get worse. And
gotta pretend that I can fight, Yeah.
Do I think black women can be saved? I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. When times get hard for white women, they fall on their men. They rely on their men. When times get hard for Spanish women, they rely on their men. When times get hard for Asian women, they rely on their men. For 40, 50 plus years, black women have been taught, they've been told they don't need a man. They are independent. They are a separate class to black men. When times get hard, do you think in the span of 2 years that switch is going to be flipped and they're all of a sudden going to rely on black men and black men are going to accept it? No, it's too late.
I want to point out
it's too late.
Oh, thank you so much.
I don't know any women that don't.
I agree. That's facts, though. He's speaking. I'll give it to you. I mean,
Bob says colorism is a woman thing mostly. Dudes just go for whoever's hot.
Hey man, he got a good point.
That is
true.
Got a good point. We go for whoever's really hot to keep it all the way real.
Keep it a buck.
A woman could be blue if she's super hot. Hey man, a dude is it's a wrap. Charles with the $5 super chat says black men are killing the weave by getting foreign women with long hair.
Why get a black woman who's getting Korean weave when I can just get a Korean woman?
Oh,
that's so true. That was
a bar.
I gotta get I ain't gonna hold you on that,
bro. Bar, bro.
Well,
and honestly, what's stopping me? I work in tech. As long as I have an internet connection, I can get income. So there's literally nothing stopping me from just going someplace. Or let's say I'm in an industry where I'm not as flexible. I can maintain discipline for a couple months, save up some cash, and then take some time off to go to a different country to find what I'm looking for. Are women ready to compete with what's coming up? The information is out there. And like you said, the men that know they're grinding hard. For what? For what exactly? To spend all that earned extra income on women in America? Really? Is that what you think is happening? I see the writing on the wall, and it does not look pretty for what's coming up. And I'm not trying to say this as someone who's talking about color. I look at money first and foremost. And
are you saying that with a global, with us approaching a global society, which we really are at now, the level of competition is going to be so great at everything that people are just going to fall by the wayside?
Yes, we're already in a state of haves and have-nots. Either you have or you don't, and the people in the middle are completely forgotten because we don't have a middle class. The middle class is supposed to be made up of families, and America's done a really good job of getting rid of those. So you either you have or you have not, and the men who don't have are grinding so they can have something or find something, and they're not looking for it here in America. So
hey, life is getting hard. Hey, to your point, life is getting hard. I just read this literally yesterday. 18 million millennials have moved back home with mom and dad from the ages of 18 to 41 years old.
Yeah, you did say that. You said 50%. Hold on, let me read the super chat real quick, guys. Ash. Hey guys, give a big thumbs up to Ash if you can in the chat with that emoji. Ash is, he's been dropping these super chats like a star quarterback dropping bombs. He says balancing codes. Every black man on this live stream love, adore, and wanted a black woman. Unfortunately, most black women are not fit, feminine, friendly, cooperative, and or childless and conservative. Again, guys, thank you so much for the super chat, Ash. Balancing codes. I think you should go back to the beginning and listen to what we were talking about with me only best. We're talking about for the first an hour and a half. We were literally uplifting black women, particularly dark black women, almost to the point where we were simping. So I think you should go back to the beginning, balancing codes. But salute to you again, Ash, for the super chats, man. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you, Ash. Ash, thank you so much again for supporting the Lapeef Network. Guys, go ahead, guys. You get the floor.
I mean, to piggyback on what that boy Will was saying, I think a while back, he was talking about the athletes. I mean, I'm an athlete myself, and yeah, the different women do be on you from the start. They be on it from the jump, and you got the women of other races, of course, they feel like they too good to be at every game or do what it takes to be with a dude that's into sports too. So yeah, that boy Will's right. They be on it from the jump.
Chaotic, I got a question for you.
Okay, go ahead. What's the question? I'm listening.
I was around a bunch of family members the other day, right? And we were talking, female family members, and we were talking about one of my female cousins who has her head on her shoulders and always have. And she locked up an NFL player while he was in high school, 9th grade year. And the rest of them, was like, man, I should have did the same thing. And I'm like, what would you have offered this man? What would you have offered the well-off? We know he's extremely talented and he has a strong possibility of going to the league. What would you have offered to him? And she said this PUSSY. What would you have said to her after that statement?
To be honest with you, it's just indicative in respect to your family member. But since you're asking me,
she for the streets, dog.
Okay, that boy Will. I am a staunch believer in shame culture. I like when people shame me when I misbehave. I like when people are shamed. I would have shamed her. I would have said only a W. I don't want to use the word, but you fill that out. WHO. Talks like that. You should be ashamed that has come out of your mouth. An elegant and classy woman does not talk like that. And I'm assuming your relative was under the influence of some narcotic or alcohol, correct?
Strong possibility. We were at a game, but strong possibility.
Typical black culture. So I believe in shaming. And that's what I would have done in a situation. I would have said an elegant and classy woman would not have spoken like that. And women of note, do you think Michelle Obama would have said something like that? Do you think the Queen of England would have said something like that? See, I would have compared her to affluent women. I'm talking about of high society, because that would have got her thinking, and that's what I would have done in that situation.
And look, chaotic. It just goes to show you how messed up in the head a lot of, and I feel like my family members represent a lot of women in the culture. No lie, because she said, "Ooh, I almost said my family member name that's married to the NFL dude." But anyway, man, girl, she was washing his uniform and bending over backward. It could have never been me. It could have never been me.
Yeah, and what your relative doesn't understand is that the PUSSY is as abundant as water. And that's what I would have said to her. It's as abundant as water. It's not a blue chip stock. For her to become a blue chip stock, she needs to be like the women that I'm showing. She needs to be elegant, refined. She needs to know how to cook and clean. She needs to know how to wash the dishes. She needs to know how to fold clothes. She needs to, instead of going out to the club, she needs to bring the club to her man. She, by making a nice night on Friday for her man. See, that's what I would have told if that was my cousin. I would have told her that.
And she was doing this in the 9th grade, bro. For a man, she wasn't.
I would have told your cousin that that her hands at all times need to be soaked from a days of washing dishes. No, but it's the truth.
He's not wrong.
Sorry.
He's not wrong.
Hey, yo, and that's why I asked him, because I knew he was gonna say this, dog. I'm trying to give people some entertainment, bro.
It's the truth. Instead of saying, I would have given him this pee. Like, what? Come on. Like, I would have said, lady. I mean, like, sweetheart, do you want to be a prostitute? I mean, that's what prostitutes used to say. And no disrespect to your family, but that's what I would have said, because that type of conversation or talk is what generally a lot of young women are talking like nowadays, because prostitution talk or stripper talk is in the common vernacular, not just with black women, but with other women too. And it's filthy and it's deplorable. And I love shaming. Oh, I love it. I love telling especially a female, shut your mouth and be domestic. You should be folding clothes right now. You should be ironing something. If you're with your children, you should be like, I hate when I get online, especially and a woman is yapping off at the mouth, but she has kids in the background. You need to be with your kids. You need to be doing activities with your kids, reading Rainbow, reading a Dr. Seuss book to them. You shouldn't be up at 2 a.m. talking to men when you got kids. It's one. I almost said who it was. Never mind. But yeah, go ahead, sir. Oh, Ash with the $10 super chat says, balancing codes. Where are these 3F cooperative, childless, conservative women at? My black brothers here at Lapeef cannot. Hold on for a second. It's blocked for me. Cannot find them. Where are they at? Put one in the chat, black women, if that is you. Thank you so much, guys. Go ahead, guys.
So that boy Will, to what CT was
Shea Butter,
saying,
hold on a second. See, give me a second real quick. See, Shea Butter beauty. See, typical. Shea Butter beauty.
Dang.
Get off of that. See, listen, I listen, just by the name itself, you're into that pro-black, back to Africa, spiritual. Stop. The chaotic truth is not gonna lie to you. Get off of that. The fact that you named your name Shea Butter tells me everything I know. I bet you got big hoop African earrings, you wear dashikis, and you believe that you are a goddess and you talk to the ancestors. Stop it. Iron your man's clothes. Have some food cooking when your man gets home, or if he's already home, cook something. The way to a man's heart is bringing your man sandwiches and a beer. And do something like that. Stop with all this iron your own. Stop it. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you're fine.
Question what he's done. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Only the best. Go ahead.
It's become clear to me that women in the United States aren't equipped to court men. They have no idea what men want, which is why, again, I'm firm in what I believe. When these men acquire wealth or acquire a certain amount of money to get out of the country to pursue women outside of America, they're going to see that stark difference. And when they see it, they're not going to be able to come back. And women are not going to be able to compete. That's the problem. It's going to be night and day. And when they see it, they're going to see the women that tried to switch afterwards. They've seen the genuine thing, the genuine article, the femininity that's out there versus what's portrayed in America. You're not going to be able to compete. And women don't realize this yet. It's gonna what I fundamentally believe.
Go ahead.
Women are solipsistic, right? They can only see.
I'm sorry. Of what?
Solipsistic.
Oh yeah. So your IQ is too high for me.
What
essentially?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Essentially, they only can see. They can't see anything outside of themselves.
Okay.
If it doesn't concern them, it doesn't exist.
Facts.
So, for instance, the passport bros movement. Women don't care. If women don't care about something, they don't know it exists. They honestly don't know because they couldn't be bothered because it doesn't concern them. The only reason the women even care is because they know these orbiters, these men that are in their vicinity are leaving. And it's not because they're leaving, it's because they're not giving these women attention. And that's what these women crave more than anything is the attention. If they don't have the attention, it's gonna
exactly.
Go ahead.
Oh no, hold your thought real quick.
Mhm.
I don't know shea butter from a can of paint, but I knew with that name, I knew everything I needed to know. Look what she wrote. I'm crying, laughing out loud. You are so wrong, but I love Afrocentric attire. How did I know? Because I went to school with females like this. I dated them. They talk all this crazy nonsense. They burn their stinking incense, respectfully. They have shrines to the ancestors.
Crystals.
They talk all this nonsense. They've created this Erykah Badu lifestyle, and it ain't working. But Ancestral Rage, he says, the F you talking about? How you look talking about her spirituality, but you up here trying to show America how well you assimilated. Dude is a clown for that rant. Ancestral Rage. Only 200 people are watching this. America ain't watching me. You think America watching me? Stop. America ain't watching me, sir. I'm a nobody.
How can you live in a country and not assimilate?
And I'll talk all day long about her Afrocentric nonsense. I think it's nonsense. She needs to be like those beautiful black women that I showed in those Instagram things, posts or whatever they call them. Afrocentric. Please stop with that nonsense. Hold on for a second. Speaking of Afrocentric.
Chaotic is funny, bro. But real quick, I wanted to ask the panel a question, and I hope Chaotic can chime in on this. When it comes to a relationship, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
When it comes to a relationship, or a woman of interest, that you take interest in, what's one thing that if you could pick one thing, what's one thing that she has to have? I guess
listening her music, a woman's music choice. If she's listening to Sade, if she's listening to Regina Bell, if she's listening to Anita Baker,
good.
Then that tells me everything I need to know about her psyche. If she's listening to rap or any type of vulgarity in terms of R&B, I already know she's for the streets.
Fair enough.
That's how.
Hey, I have a little pushback because I used to get picked up by my aunt all the time from school, and that was her music that she listened to, and she is the most toxic and ratchet as they come. But that's her music that she liked to listen to. I never heard her listen to rap, but she loved her some Sade. She loved her some Erykah Badu.
Let's get you up out of here, that boy. Well, you don't fit my name.
I'm gonna keep it real.
I was not expecting that.
Erykah Badu. She was into that, lighting the incense and all that crazy stuff, but she was toxic as they come. You feel me? I was gonna say my thing is this agreeableness, man. If she is disagreeable, it ain't gonna work, bro. That's a lot of masculine energy right there. I don't need to be coming home after a long, hard day of headbutting with these hood ninjas at the job, and I gotta come home and deal with another one, a disagreeable one. Nah, I'm straight on that. An agreeable woman is such a pleasure to be around, bro. She ain't combative, argumentative. She's not competing with you. Who brought home the bigger check? All of that stuff, man. She's just trying to add value to your life. That's one of the biggest ones right there. Agreeableness.
I like that.
Queen Shenard, you have been trolling me the entire chat. Let me tell you something, Princess Shenard. Cam up. Cam up. I always say dumb shit.
Hey, they never cam up.
Kenyatta want the smoke, man. Kenyatta live for the smoke.
Cam up,
he be
Princess.
ready to, he be ready to light them up, and they don't never come up, dog. They know what they about to get into.
Yeah,
they don't want the smoke, bro.
Let
don't
me
want
see
the
here,
smoke.
guys. Please hit the like button. Please sub to the channel, guys. I don't think I will be doing a live stream tonight, so I got a couple of hours to kick it. AAB says, why is everyone talking about passports like they are new? I have dual citizenship, so I have never thought it was a big deal. Travel for life experiences and not women. That's very lame to me. Now, AAB, I agree with you on that. Travel for the experiences. Yeah. Let me see. Shea Butter Beauty says, chaotic. You need some sage burning. Oh, sweet God in heaven. Here we go with that nonsense. You got to kill the bad energy in this room with some sage. Stop it. Get that crap out of here.
Can I say this to the last person?
Go ahead.
I can't speak for the other four brothers on this panel per se, but what I will say is this: the talk with the passports has been about this. Most African American men that I come across are from the neighborhood. They ain't been so far as outside of their neighborhood, and we encourage them to go out of the country so that they can broaden their horizon and get a paradigm shift, because they only know what they have available next door to them as far as women goes. They don't know how they got these other women across seas and in other countries on other continents. They don't know nothing about it, and we just encouraging them to not limit themselves to what they've been subjected to over here in the States. That's all. We trying to let them know that they got more abroad. That's it. It ain't about having a passport. It's about being in a different situation. These women be crazy, bro. These women are crazy. It ain't just about the traveling.
A passport. We can't even have a passport without a problem, man. It's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, come on, man.
King Fans says dudes become passport bros because they too lame to get. Guys, hold on a second, guys. Let me say something real quick. King's Fan 2000. Listen, respectfully. Happy New Year to you. Positivity is coming your way. Unless you are 16 years old and you go to some inner city public school that is just absolutely trash, a grown man shouldn't write like this. You need a capital D, for one. You also, instead of using cuz, you need to use because. You start writing in proper English. There's no period at the end of the sentence. It's hard to read Ebonics. I can't do this all damn day. I am not the Ebonics interpreter. You got to write proper English. But guys, you want to broach what he said? Go ahead, guys.
Oh, of course. Kings Fans, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I am lame. I can't compete in America. So I'm going to take my talents elsewhere. It's that simple. You are right. I cannot compete. I'll just go elsewhere. Nothing lost. Now what?
I actually support the passport, bro. I don't think, personally, me, right, in my opinion, I don't really think nothing really wrong with it, man, because to those guys, the black guys that are here and they're not really getting what they want out of their own women. So to go overseas to find someone that is compatible with you, is willing to do everything that you're asking of. I mean, it's in a sense kind of sad. It's like that, but at the same time, look, it is what it is. you do what you got to do, and whatever makes you happy. You know what I mean? But I support them. I mean,
people can hate as much, like when women have their dating options, no one says anything.
it's an
Men-
option. That's what it is.
It's
I agree with
it's-
you. Yeah, I agree.
It's an option.
It's
If
an
I
option.
can't find success here, what essentially what I keep hearing is, if you can't find success here, keep staying and bashing your head up against the wall until you find success. That's been the message for men. Now men are saying, look, we're not being successful, and again, why are men not finding success in relationships? Because I honestly believe men want to get married, right? But that's neither here nor there. Let's I'll focus on just relationships. If men can't get relationships in America, they'll just go elsewhere. Just like if I can't find work in a certain state, I'll go elsewhere to find work. It's the same thing.
Yeah, man, it's like we're in a time where they expect us to kind of get rid of everything that we've done in human history. Like we've always been nomadic people. Like for the most part, people were on the move for resources and for food. Am I right or wrong about this? Have we always been on the move until we learned how to shape the land to do what we needed it to do? Before agricultural stuff started taking place, you had to leave to go find what a buffalo was. You had to track the wind pattern. You had to track when the rains were going to come. It wasn't no going to the grocery store to get food. It wasn't no restaurants. You had to go and find the food. So we were moving. So now it's just a little bit different. We don't feel, well, I ain't gonna say I got me one, but a lot of men feel like they gotta move to find what aligns with them because it ain't over here, obviously. And another thing that pisses me off about the passport bros, well, the women that hate them, they always talking negative about these dudes. So if you don't like the passport bros, these are guys you would never date in the first place. What's the problem with them? Why does it make you upset that they going abroad?
It's back to most women being solipsistic. It's, in my opinion, it's because their options, that attention is not there. It's being given to someone else. Just like with athletes, right? These women of other groups know a successful man. They find them when they're young and they latch onto them. That's why these women get so upset when they see a successful man with a different type of woman, and they keep asking the questions, why? Because they want it to be them. And it's just a matter of fact is those women compete. So if I can't compete here, I'm going to go someplace else where I can be more competitive.
That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense.
I mean, look, I'll keep it simple with this, man. Look, I'll keep it simple. Go where you celebrate it, not disrespect it. You know what I mean? Just simple. You feel me? Go where you can get appreciation, and that's it, man. Real talk.
Bob, what's going on, man? What say you about Juma Nasiana? I've been following her for almost 15 years now. She's a Kenyan model, sir. She's right on the screen. She's elegant, she's classy, and just listen to the way she
the
speaks.
streets today. As in, she has no idea she's a model. So even when I'm calling casting, for models, Nia was Chana next door, Kimbelembele are the ones who come. A model will never come because they've always been made to feel.
What say you about this woman, Bob? Keep it real.
She's smoking.
Oh, okay. Smoking hot or yeah?
She's smoking hot. She's arm candy. I would take her to cotillions or business functions. I don't know though if I would look at her and feel like she's street fine. She's pretty, but not something I would think about like instant gratification sexually. Does that make sense?
I got you.
You know, but I certainly bring her around. I mean, she's someone you could drop off at a business meeting and not have to worry about cleaning it up afterwards with her talking.
What about the other young ladies that
got a theory on the passport bros? Can I say that?
Oh yeah, go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead, sir.
Well, let me ask you this: what percentage of the passport bros cannot get women in America? That's for the whole panel.
When can you define cannot get women? Cannot
They
get
don't have
access
enough
to women
game.
sexually.
They're not good looking enough. Yes.
I would say it's a mixture of everything. And the percentage I would say is I'd say 60 to 70%.
Okay, so the whole idea of the passport bros thing, based upon 60 to 70%, most of them, it's not as if they can't use the argument that American women are bad necessarily. They just can't get them.
Yes, I'd say that's fair. That's a fair argument to make.
Okay, all right. That was just something I was wondering, because I hear a lot of this passport bro stuff, and I'm not knocking them, believe me at all. I understand, but you can't tell me that all of you just hate American women.
It's not about hate. I would say it's about effort, right? So if I said I like ice cream, and the effort it takes me to get ice cream is I have to run 5 miles, complete 10 chapters worth of schoolwork, and I have to do my taxes. How often would I get access to ice cream?
Not very often.
Not very often. But if I said all I had to do was push a button on my phone to get the same ice cream, which am I more than likely to do?
Of course, you push the button on the phone.
Right. So it's the same thing with dating, right? To get access to American women, you got to go through apps, right? So that's tons of swiping or all that fun stuff. Or even if you approach, and not most men don't approach. That's just a fact. So that's even less of a percentage. So the chances of actually getting into a relationship with an American woman, or one even giving you the light of day, is very low, right? Where we're all aware that women talk to multiple dudes talk to multiple women, but women have the advantage in America, right? So instead of putting in all this effort where I may not even get a date, why not focus on myself, right? Acquire income or skills, or it's like some people like to say, game, and then apply those techniques someplace else. What exactly do I lose? I could spend $500, $600 a month on a girl in America, or I could spend $300 on a round trip plane ticket to the DR, $200 on a bi-weekly Airbnb that has 3+ rooms, and altogether $100 that entire time frame. Do you see?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like, to me, it's again, I break everything down by money. The cost benefit analysis. It doesn't make much sense to put all this time, effort, and commitment when there's not a lot of reward out of it. So it's better for me to dedicate my time, energy, and commitment to something else that'll generate a better reward, a better return on my investment.
I totally agree with that. And inherent in my question were men who decide not to go for American women, even though they could, albeit the cost would be high. I'm strictly talking about guys that when they open their mouth up, they can't speak, or guys that are so unattractive or so broke, no matter how much effort they put in, they can't get anybody. That's where my question was.
If they're that unattractive and that broke, they're not going overseas anyway. To travel overseas, it costs a lot of money. Whenever I travel, because I travel around the United States, but I've recently started traveling more overseas, I tend to bring double than what I think I'm going to need, and that's never cheap. These men.
I'm sorry. Finish what you're saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So these men that are traveling have access to income, and these foreign women see that. So I'm sure there are women out there who are there just for money, or they're looking for a green card. But if you're smart, and if you actually understand what you're looking for, I don't think you'll be finessed.
There was a lady that, by the way, Charles, thank you so much for your $2 super chat. Really appreciate that. It says a 5 black woman or an 8 Dominican. I do not. I would definitely take the black woman any day over a Dominican chick. But
the Dominican, hands down.
There was a female that just called in. If you come back in, I will let you back up. If you come back in, I'll let you back up, and I will drop all the dudes down. I don't want to bombard you with a lot of the dudes on the panel. But yes, in my opinion, I will take the black woman any day over the Dominican. Mira, tala conmigo. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
I'll drop out, man. I just had a quick question, but
Oh, you can
thanks.
say
It's a
bye
good
if you
panel,
want
man.
to.
No,
Absolutely.
my signal's about to get rough anyway. But
Okay.
yeah, I'll see y'all.
Absolutely, guys. That was Bob on the
Yeah,
ones
good
and
one.
two. Let me see if this young lady is coming back. Let me see. I don't know where she's at. Her name was. If you decide to come back, ma'am, I would drop all the men down. Just just me and you, so we can talk. Let me see here. Who is in the chat tonight, guys? Thank you so much for all the super chats and cash apps, guys. Please get the likes up. It's 233 people in here, and for some reason, it's only at 160 likes. Jerry Brown, you're gonna have to make some correction with your phone to get back in. RJ, you've been pretty quiet. RJ, I gotta ask you a question, man, and not to put
So,
you on spot. Um, do you think it is presentable to call in with a do rag on? Keep it real. Keep it real. Keep it real. Keep it real. No, I'm just joking. RJ, please, man. You have anything to say, man? You haven't been saying anything at all. Go ahead.
I mean, I just been listening. I mean, I kind
Mhm.
of been agreeing with everybody. That's why I haven't been saying anything.
Mm.
To go up only the best. I mean, it was Bob that said that. A lot of passport bros. I'm one of them. I got a passport. A lot of us
Mm.
don't have problems getting females. I just see what's going on around the internet, but I don't have problems getting females or talking to females just to travel and see other things. I don't get with it.
And it's a completely different dating market overseas. Certain places you go, the women come after you. They cross the street to come to you. I'm 6'4". No matter where I go, I get stares. It's even more so overseas.
Mm.
So I'm like I said, it women are gonna have to compete, and I'm a like well spoken. I work in tech. I know what I offer.
Yeah.
I know what I present. So if I don't get any traction here, I know I'll get traction someplace else. It's just that at the end of the day, that's going to remove from the black community. If you want the black community to go anywhere, it has to start with the men. The women have to choose the men. If they don't choose properly, we get what we get right now.
Let's see here. Okay. Idaho suspect mouth words to family during court exit. Oh, interesting. Guys, go ahead, guys. I'm just reading Yahoo, seeing what is going on in the news right now. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
I was just laughing at KGY's comment. 6'4" isn't that tall. People staring at you probably think you're ugly. Hey, it could be that too. Still getting more attention than you.
Let's see. Tima says, I don't care. She says, I don't care who a man dates. I just don't downgrade black women to get another race. Interesting. Let me see here. Brazilian women over black women. I don't know, man. I don't really rock with. Never mind. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
I mean, a majority of women in Brazil are black. Brazil has a larger percentage of black women than America. So if your preference is black, it's better for you to go to Brazil. Learn Portuguese, fly to Brazil. Honestly. And the women there are far more fit, feminine, and submissive. So if you genuinely love black women, that is your preference, then you'll find a higher percentage of them in Brazil. And if you like slim thick black woman, then even more. Go to Brazil. And like I said, it's cheaper imagine that. It's cheaper for me to fly out to Brazil, get a hotel and just be amongst the people, and it saves me more time than trying to find a woman in America. That is insane to me. And not only have I come to that realization, other men have come to that realization, young and old. There's a YouTuber I follow, Austin Holloman. I believe he's 22 years old. Barber, packed up everything from Texas, moved to Brazil. So it's not just men in their twilight years. It's not just men who are sitting on their pension, waiting to bite the dust. It's men young and old. It's all across the spectrum, and it's not just black. So if there's any message women can take away from what I've said. It's just that you're gonna have to compete. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to compete. And
What's
it's
up,
only
Valerie?
gonna
How
get
you doing?
worse.
Guys, please hit the like button. For the ladies who want to call in, I am willing to drop all the men down if need be, and so you won't have to, you can talk just me and you. Guys, in other news, did you see what happened last night at Monday Night Football? The young guy had suffered a cardiac arrest. Go ahead.
Yeah, the worst types. He got hit and his heart stopped. He
Mm,
got up and then immediately dropped. And they had to, I think they spent 9 minutes trying to resuscitate him.
yeah.
If that's the case, his life may never be the same.
Mm,
Just not supplying your brain with oxygen for 10 seconds is life altering. 9 minutes?
yeah.
I'd be surprised if he can still form sentences if he regains consciousness.
Yeah, the human brain is very complex. Certainly no neurologist or neurosurgeon, but yeah, I take your word for it. Only the best. Only the best. Let me ask you a question real quick.
Sure.
And it's very great to meet you. I would guess that your IQ is well over 150, 160 at this point. You don't think it's that high?
I haven't taken an IQ test since like high school. I never bothered to do that stuff.
No. And what was your IQ in high school? Because you're certainly smarter than me, and if you're smarter than me, you're smarter than the rest of these Negroes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think that.
No, I'm playing everybody in the chat. Sorry, guys. That's in the chat. Go ahead.
I want to say it was 153 or 143. I know it ended with a 3.
Okay, that's pretty high. RJ and Bronx, you guys have high IQs too. Let me see here. Let me see. Grant says he can recover if he is at the right hospital. Now, what about that? Only the best.
Okay, so do you know what I'm a black man, right? I know what's going to kill me. It's going to be a heart attack. And what kills most black men is usually a stroke. And it's not so much the stroke, it's how long it takes to get someone into the hospital to deal with that stroke. That stroke is usually caused by a blockage of blood to the brain. Your brain cannot function without oxygen, without blood. When it's deprived of that, your brain tissue starts to die. And when it dies, there is no coming back. If I cut my hand, scar tissue will develop and the skin will go back. Brain cells don't function like that. This man was deprived of oxygen, could not breathe for 9 minutes on a football field. Now, granted, the ambulance came in under 30 minutes, but 9 minutes. It'd be lucky if he's still able to speak, let alone walk, if he recovers at all.
They said he took the shot to the chest and caused some rare, I forgot what it was.
Essentially, when he took a breath, right, his lungs expanded, he got hit. So it stopped his heart. It's rare, but sometimes it can happen to anybody. That's how rare of a situation it is. Yeah, it causes. I'm butchering this, but essentially the phenomenon causes at the right situation, it causes your heart to just stop, and a bunch of different things can cause this. And in this case, it just happened to be that impact. Because as you saw or I don't know if you guys have seen the clip, he got hit and he got right back up.
Then fell back out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that the leading cause of death is homicide, Kenneth. In terms of black men, I don't think that. I mean,
it's heart issues.
Yeah, I think it's more. I think it's health wise. I don't think it's homicides, Kenneth. You racist son of a bitch. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, Kenneth. Let me ask you a question, sir. You got a black avatar, but let's be honest. What color is your Ku Klux Klan outfit that you have in your closet, sir? Because come on. But yeah, man. I saw what the aftermath of it, and it was really strange. But RJ, what say you, sir?
The topic or what you was just talking about?
We're talking about the situation with DeMar.
Oh, that situation. I thought it was gonna be very. I knew it was gonna be gruesome when I seen him fall back down because of how he took the hit. But it happened so fast. I was watching the game. I couldn't even call it. I didn't know what to say about it.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Modern Renaissance man? Salute, man.
What's going on, sir? I wanted to chime in on this and throw my expertise in on this. So, with DeMar watching the video, and the first, let me just go ahead and just throw some things out there. First of all, I do have a background in sports medicine, orthopedics, so this is right up my alley. Been with professional teams, actually been with the St. Louis Cardinals, and won a World Series ring with them in 2011. So sports medicine is definitely one of my backgrounds, big time. And I can tell you this right now: what happened with DeMar is very, very, very rare if it is a result of him getting hit. But the hit that he did, it wasn't like he was a standstill person and got popped. It was a combination of both of them going together. Now, if he got hit in the chest, is it a possibility that could have threw his heart rhythm off a little bit? Sure, but not to the extent to where it cause cardiac arrest. Okay. Now, something I can share the screen with you because they quickly got rid of this is I can show you something that his personal doctor put up on his Twitter about the guy, and he quickly pulled it down where he said on the December the 26th he gave him his booster. Okay. Now
I don't know if we can talk about.
Okay, well, we're gonna say rooster. I know how to get around this. I just did this on my channel. I'll call it fulfillment. Fulfillment. YouTube won't pick up. YouTube won't pick up on fulfillment.
MRM, hold on for a second. MRM, hold on for a second. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on for a second. Let me do something real quick. MRM, hold on for a second. Give me 1 second. Hold on for a second. Give me 1 second.
If I'm following, and
JR, can you look at the private chat real quick? Give me 1 second, MRM. Hold on for a second. Wait a minute.
If I'm following with what you're leading,
just hang tight with that MRM, by the way. Okay,
I got you. I was gonna say if you want to, you can do a share screen. I can show you my channel right now where I just talked about it, and it's still monetized because I know the words to get around it. But I got you. If you don't want it to be, then I can't. I got words that can get around it though.
Okay.
Yeah, fulfillment and unfulfillment.
Yeah, let me hear back from JR
Go ahead
on this one. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But okay, so I'll take a different approach. Okay, but let me just tell you this: in sports medicine, whenever you have something, we do something way more extensive than what your typical physical is. I mean, we do body fat analysis, submerge them in water, et cetera, do a whole huge extensive exam. Now, this guy got released to go ahead and do what he needed to do with no contraindications or indications of anything going on with him. So he was good. Now, what would be really strange about this is this.
Yeah,
it makes no sense for somebody to be in tip-top shape like that and all of a sudden something happens. So typically in the sports medicine, what we deal with a lot that's very common amongst athletes, you got something called cardiomegaly. Okay, that's an enlarged heart. You might have it to where they might have a murmur, right? And on top of that, if anything was to happen to an athlete that was underlined that they didn't know about, they end up most likely getting something called a myocardial infarction. And that means that a particular, it's kind of like a minor heart attack, but not nothing major to what we saw with this guy right here. Now,
I got confirmation. Yeah, just use other words like you were
got you
before.
Fulfillment.
Yeah.
Okay, so with him, and I can say this: when they did CPR on him, the good thing about this is that CPR has completely changed. If somebody kind of passes out like he did, you immediately go into chest compressions. When you do chest compressions, actually chest compressions keeps the oxygen going to the brain, because as long as you're pushing down really hard on the heart, it keeps the circulation of oxygen going to the brain. So it's a good chance that as long as they kept that going and they were switching out, which I don't know, I haven't seen the video because I know they probably cut it. But if they're going at a certain speed, at a certain rate, and they're switching out so nobody get worn out, as long as they're pressing down and keeping that heart actually moving, that heart actually circulating blood and fresh oxygen to the brain and circulating through the lungs as well, if they did it for 9 minutes. But that's only if they switched out. Now, again, like I was mentioning earlier, and I can share the screen if you want to see it, his doctor, and let me make sure, I'm going to read this off. His doctor, and I quote, Dr. Benjamin Eidelman said, I recently administered DeMar Hamlin fulfillment on 12/26, and as a medical professional, he said, I can assure the public He passed all screenings with flying colors. I am in contact with the UCMC staff and will provide any assistance to the team. That right there immediately got deleted within 10 minutes of him tweeting that. He took it right off. Now, what people don't understand is that people that are in the medical field, we got something back in 2019, and I talked about it way back in 2019, called a fact sheet. And I'm showing this so YouTube can't say nothing about these. This is the fact sheet provided to all healthcare professionals when it comes to this, right? And right there, what people get tripped up on is that it never was approved, ladies and gentlemen. The fulfillment never was approved, as it's written right there, and I have it highlighted right there. It is an unapproved product. Now, there's a difference in the sleight of words. They can authorize something without approving something. So they authorized it, but they didn't approve it. Right now, I'm gonna show y'all this because this is a fact sheet. And like I said, by me showing it on the screen right here, this is what YouTube requires for you to do when it comes to this, right? And I'll show y'all that part right there because I just want the people to be educated on it. Says it right there. There is no FDA approved vaccine for the.
Oh, there's that word.
There it is. Approved. I can say that. I didn't say for which thing is going to treat.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Now, right here, and I'll show you this, where it simply tells you exactly what this is going to do should you take it. And I'm just letting you know, if you were to get fulfilled, this right here tells us that you're going to run the risk of getting myocarditis or pericarditis, is what it tells you. And that's the fact sheet that they gave us. They gave us to us in 2019, and people that are in the medical field were supposed to disclose this to any patient that they handed this off to, but they had a slight of words in there too, only if they requested it. So to get back to this guy's case, it could be a combination of things we would not know until his report comes out. Now, while I did my video, I specifically said because there was a ton of people in there watching, if he had family members that were watching my channel and they actually have some shape, form, or fashion of communicating with somebody that's with them in the hospital, if they were able to get back and tell me if there's any brain waves on that monitor, I will let them know whether he's gone or not. If they are able to go and take a cell phone and open up his eye and shine the light into his eye without his pupil constricting, I will be able to tell them if he's gone or not. So in this case, I do not know yet, but he's in critical condition. But I can tell you right now, it's rare for athletes just to drop as a result of cardio arrest when these guys' cardiovascular systems is in tip-top shape. This guy just got done saying his own personal physician said that he passed him. He passed him. He said he passed with flying colors, which means they checked out all bodily systems now. So for something like that to happen, they're going to have to definitely tell the public what the etiology, or better yet, the etiology means pretty much like what caused this issue.
The toxicology breakdown.
Yep, but it's a good chance they're not going to tell us that. They're going to say, oh, we didn't know he had an underlying something that's very rare, guarantee you. But no, it's going to be a lie because the doctor already said he passed with flying colors. So I'm not going to buy it. But just got to break it down and trace it back to what. See, when something like this happens, let's say for instance, a chaotic. If you came into, the ER, whatever like that, you come in there, what's going on with you? And if you're able to talk to me or able to talk to family members, you know what we do? We ask questions. What did he eat? What did he drink? What has he been taking? What has he been this? Has he drinking Red Bull? Has he done any illegal drugs? Has he done any prescription drugs? Have you done any of it? Why did they go through all of that? So what was done to this dude prior to this happening? His doctor said, I gave him a fulfillment rooster on the 26th. And check this out. I'm a shout out. When I find this piece of paper, I'll come back and show you guys exactly what this fact sheet says, what is a high possibility what happened to you after you get a rooster. I'll show y'all in a second. Let me time out for a second.
This is very insightful.
Guys, please hit that like button, share the video if you can. Thank you so much. We're waiting on Modern Renaissance Man to get more information in regards to the football player DeMar, who suffered a cardiac arrest. Let me see. Anybody has anything to say?
No,
Nah,
just waiting.
not really. I mean,
You kind of stole the show right there.
I'm saying, yeah, like that's facts. I mean,
I'm captivated. I want to know what he has.
very insightful knowledge. I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Let's see here. Who else is in the chat? What's up, Prince Simon? Thank you so much for coming through. Tima says cardiac arrest with athletes needs to be studied. I've known athletes to die in their, or as Tima says, and they sleep. Salute to you. Salute to you. Who
It
else is in the
definitely
chat?
has been studied. The NFL even did a study. It's just they buried it because the results didn't look good.
Mm. Let me see.
Actually, that was for concussions. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean what I mean.
Balancing codes. I thought you had to go to a meeting. Let's see here. Let me see. I'm gonna wait till he comes back. Guys, salute to everybody in the chat. Eve, what's up? Eve says, "Hey, chaotic. Hey, Eve, how you doing? Positivity is definitely coming your way. Hope all is well with you and yours." Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I stopped drinking Red Bulls. Guys, what do you think about Red Bulls, by the way?
I don't mess with that, man. Nah.
If anything, that's what did in Kevin Samuels.
Yeah,
The accelerated heart rate night after night, but sitting down in a chair with not moving. That's got to do something to your heart.
So
that's what I want to show y'all.
Go ahead,
Reports of adverse events following the use of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 fulfillment under the UAE suggest increased risk of myocarditis and pericarditis when, particularly following the second dose. That doctor just got done saying I gave him his rooster. Okay. That's what we do. We would now, if they don't go back and look at that, then what you're going to end up finding yourself being a part of is a sports cover-up because nobody's going to want it conflated back to what happened with this guy. And this is something, like I said, being in this background, we rarely have somebody that have this happen. Yes, you hear about it, but then if I was able to pull up my other form here, because I keep stuff from when I was in school, we can show you that like from the 1940s when sports was really starting to become a big thing, from the 1940s all the way to 2015, we had about 1,100 some athletes all across the world that passed away suddenly on the field. Now from 2019 to 2022, that tripled. What else could be what else are we doing differently than we did from 1940 to the 2015, 1,100, but then 2019 to 2022, almost 3,000. What have we done that's different? Fulfillment. Whatever, they can say what they want to, but I'm telling you right now, that's the only thing we're seeing different, because athletes are still working harder than they have before. They're still doing all the things they're supposed to. They go by the regimen they're supposed to. They go by diet. I did track and field professionally. We are strict on things that we can and cannot do. And we are on a contract. If we do any of those things outside the contract, we get fined and or we can get suspended, right? So they know what's going on with us, man. That's why I got into this field with this. I love it, man. I love sports medicine, but right now with this guy, I mean, what else are we going to equate it to? Now, again, they can find something else that might have happened there, and most likely, like I said, things we find most, cardiomegaly or myocardial infarction. Heart murmur, no. I've not come across any athletes that had a heart murmur and ended up causing some type of thing like this to happen. Athletes getting hit in the chest, hard. Now, it might throw the heart rhythm off maybe for a quick second or two, but nothing so significant to where it causing to pass out. They end up getting something called we call it orthostatic hypotension, where it slowed the heart down to a certain extent, and then as soon as they got back up, the blood pressure dropped. They get a little dizzy or woozy about to fall out. But the way that this dude just and pow, that right there, I knew right when I saw that dude and it's not a stroke. I'm like, he didn't suffer stroke. That dude suffered a heart attack is what he suffered from being that young. So, I would just say definitely keep the guy and his, keep his whole family in prayers and all that. And he's still in critical condition. And that's the best we can do for them. But I hope that out of all of this, that this brings some type of exposure and awareness to this.
I think Tima's missing the whole point. Tima, it's not a football related injury. What happened here? I don't think Tima understands what's going on.
That was, I mean, remove everything else from it. If it was just football, he would have just got and he did. He got right back up. It's two men colliding together, as you said. If it was one person who was at a full stop and another person ramming at him at full speed, sure. But these were two grown men colliding into each other. So I don't think it's football related.
No, I've seen this all the time. Like when I did my intern and everything, it was with the Rams, and man, dudes, they're getting hit like hard. And they'll pop back up. The number one thing we dealt with in football, though, was mainly concussions. It was mainly concussions and underlying fractures, unseen fractures. Some of the guys that, they might have some pain, but they don't want to actually let you put them on an x-ray to see what's going on there, them trying to protect it. But then also, when it comes to football, statistically, the average football player, they live into their 50s. And a lot of people are like, what in the world? Yeah, they live in their 50s. One reason going to be because, all that energy that they were burning, the calories that they were burning when they were working out, they had to keep up with it by putting a certain amount of food in their system. So what ended up happening, they stopped football, but then those eating habits still continue on. So that's one of the ways they can develop some type of high cholesterol, mainly cardio issues. But also what they don't tell you is that with those athletes that's dying within their 50s, they actually have this condition where their organs are actually starting to fail because they end up having organ shifts. So in football, when you get hit, after you've done that for so much time over years, your organs in your body literally shift in your cavity, and that causes organ failure. That's why a lot of them are dying in their 50s. And that's what I'm saying. This is my stuff right here, man. This is crazy. This is sad. But from what that guy just suffered, nope. I unless they come up with something else, I cannot wait for the report to come out on this about what happened. If hopefully they can do it now. They drew his blood. They can do something called in nuclear med, they can do something called like a contrast, where it actually can go in there, they put a dye inside of them, and they can actually end up getting a 3D image of what this man's heart looked like right now. They're not going to do that because it's going to reveal something that should not be there. Guarantee you, or your money back. So I just want to throw my 2 cents in on that, man, because this is sad, man, and this is terrible. This should not have happened off of no small little hit like that.
What say you guys, man? You guys got the floor.
I mean, I concur. The only thing I saw a bit of the footage, unless they show a snapped vertebrae or something with his spinal column. It's just a wait and see for the test results.
Yeah, I see what you're saying with that. The difference, though, is that if something happened with the spine, there's no way he would have been able to jump up. That man popped up and kind of did like this, and just now wait but to that though, it is possible that he could have had like a fracture, and when he got up and he moved around, he kind of severed it. Yeah, he severed it even more. That's a possibility, but they already ruled out that it was cardiac arrest. So, man, y'all, that does not happen with young, healthy, in shape, tip-top athletes. It don't happen like that. They just don't. Sad, man.
In your professional opinion, how do you think they're going to reveal the report, if at all? Because this is reached national news. They have to say something now.
Oh, if anything, if they want to be truthful, which I hope they would, that's why that doctor. I think the doctor already kind of gave us a little bit of an indication of what's going on. But now when you say as far as this goes, if they rule out something, I can guarantee they probably come out something that said he had an underlying pre-existing heart condition that's very rare, is very hard to detect, called such and such, and it's found in only 0.3% population of the world, and he just happened to be that guy that had it, and it was on the back of his heart, on one of the major vessels or something like that, one of his ventricles or something, his tricuspid valve or something. They're gonna come up with they can come up with something. They're going to come up with something. Unless they come out and just tell us all the flat out truth that he had cardiac arrest and he died as a result of complication with myocarditis. And then if they do that, then they're going to say, now, why would he have myocarditis? What in the world would he do that would cause him to have that when his dude been healthy all this time? And can only just go back to that fulfillment.
Yeah,
so
this is perfect. You said you've worked in with the NFL, so you've worked with players, you've worked with athletes. How often, and percentage-wise, when something happens to an athlete and it requires a public statement, how often does the NFL actually tell the truth? Percentage-wise. That's all I needed to know. That's all I wanted to hear. That's all I wanted to hear. Because when I hear the NFL,
10%. Unless the only way the NFL will tell the truth is that they're forced to tell the truth if the players do something outside the NFL confines. So
lie.
If it happens like outside, at a club, them smacking somebody around, then there's nothing that the NFL can do to try to cover that up. But I know for a fact they can say all they want to. We've had players down there, especially the linemen. Those dudes are down there. Hey, give me a shot of such and such. They know the medicine better than some of us do. Give me a shot of such and such. I just want to take these dudes are down there playing with like fractured humeruses and fractured femurs, but they got to try to fulfill that contract or they're going to lose a lot of that money. So they want to take a shot, wrap it up real tight, such and such and such and such, put this brace on there, man. I got to get this. I got to get at least 5 more games and I'm not going to get this X amount of money. So yeah, a lot of stuff goes on. A lot of people don't even know about, but I'm pretty sure a lot of folks suspected it. And
So then
folks think it's,
athletes are getting cartilage injections
oh
to
yeah,
stay in the game. Okay.
yeah,
So that's I just wanted to make sure.
big time.
Because
Yeah,
there's no way LeBron is still in the game at his age without taking something.
Mm,
I'm not now. Here. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's taking some type of performance
I
enhancing.
wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
What I'm
right.
saying is they get injured night after night. They're playing games week after week. I did football in high school, and even then, that's nowhere near at the level they're playing at. I know they have to be supplementing with something to keep them in the game that long.
Yeah,
especially
and
when you get injured. If you go ahead.
I was gonna say I gotta say this too, though. I gotta say this now. LeBron James, I'm just saying, LeBron James is one of the few people that I see that he seems to be very tight knit about what he puts in his body. I gotta say that LeBron James does seem to be about his health, big time. But if there's any type of things that might be out there on the market right now that might have passed some screenings, of course. I mean, they would have known that with some of our athletes in track and field, and had that pharmacist guy not came out and told about who he gave some of what they call Everclear, that he gave those performance enhancement drugs to. But it's always going to be something out there, though. But as far as LeBron James go, and this might sound stupid to some people because, like I said, we have to watch mechanics and stuff fully. For a lot of people that suffer from different injuries throughout their NBA career, one of the things that we can assess is how they run. LeBron James stays on his toes when he runs. People like, what's the new guy, the young guy, Zion Williamson, powerhouse, a beast. He runs planning with his heels. So we already knew that the fact that he runs planning with his heels, like Zion Williamson, gonna have some knee issues. He got to lose weight and can keep running that way. But if he's running that heavy and he's planting, you're not supposed to plant with your heels when you run. You're supposed to plant on the balls of your feet. And if you watch any game that LeBron James does, LeBron James is always on the balls of his feet. So it always means that some other sports medicine folks, we always joke about that, saying, hey, so whoever's with LeBron James, somebody's telling him this, somebody's telling dude some stuff, because LeBron James stays on his toes. And there's some other athletes that do it as well. But other athletes that maybe have injuries, Kevin Durant is a flat foot planting, heel striking person. And that's why he wore down his Achilles tendon. It was just a matter of time before it happened. So, but yeah, no, but I wouldn't be surprised should something come out with LeBron later on down the road. But it's a good chance it won't, because he's like the face of it right now. They got to let that slide. He brings in too much money.
Way too much. Like,
Man,
the reason I brought up
here? Jay assented. Hold on for a second. What's going on, man?
Greetings.
How you
How
doing?
we doing today, gentlemen?
Pretty good.
Good evening.
Do you want to broach the main topic, or what do you want to broach?
I just popped in. I overheard a couple people talking about the football player that collapsed. I guess is that the topic of conversation? Is that what we're talking about?
It's the current topic right now, but the main topic is darker skinned women in their femininity. Are you married, or do you date a dark skinned woman?
I don't discriminate. I pretty much date all races. Just basically, if you're, I follow, the KS method, fit, feminine, friendly, non-combative, all that good stuff.
Okay.
So, I heard, who's the guy that worked with the Cardinals? Modern Renaissance man.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Got a World Series ring with them. Yep.
I gotta say, Yadi Molina, that's my guy. He's a hero. I'm Puerto Rican, so we look up to him. We look forward to him being our manager in the upcoming World Baseball Classic. That's gonna be big time. But as far as the topic goes, I mean, I just think femininity is trying to, I guess, basically, like, when I encounter women, always look for like the basic like principles, like, is she going to be a value of me? Is she going to be one of those women that, like, I'm gonna have to check up on every single time, if she's really like the type of person that I want to be with? Because as we all do, guys, we look at mainly all those things, and I just gotta say that if I just don't know what direction like it's going these days. Like I just tend to like stay away from the dating scene, but sometimes you just see women out and about, and like you just can't help it. I don't know if that happens with you guys, but
100%. If I see a woman I like, I'm going to shoot my shot. Just because I may not find complete success in America, that doesn't mean I don't try. It's just that you get more success overseas than in America. So it just seems that more men are attempting to find that success overseas, because the men who have gone overseas are reporting saying, "Hey, come over, it's better." So that's what a lot of men are doing. But I wanted to ask modern Renaissance man, since you've worked with athletes, you have firsthand experience with athletes. What do you see athletes gravitating towards in terms of marriage partners? Like who do you see that they're going after, and why are they going after them?
The standard that I see is pretty much the look of like Kobe Bryant's wife.
Slim, thick Latina.
Look, I mean, that I'm just, even if they're not, there's just that look. Some of them can be mixed, they can be Italian, but it's just that particular type of look. I mean, what's his name? Oh God, he had a condition too. Chris Bosh, you can look up his wife. I mean, I know Steph Curry's wife is black too, but it's still though just that lighter skin complected, that fair skin complected, the long dark hair, whatever like that. That seemed to be what they're gravitating towards. But at the same time, I can tell you this on with with the Rams though, a lot of guys, we all kind of have some of the similar stories growing up with each other, and interesting is that a lot of them concluded that they were not really attracted to the darker skinned women because of the people that they grew up with around the hood, the ghetto, the projects. The darker skinned women seem to have put this I don't want to call it PTSD or traumatic like type thing, but it is kind of like a micro traumatic thing in their mind, that most people that look like that seem to be very aggressive, very loud, very mean, very masculine like. So they already put it in their mind that they were not going to be with anyone that looked like that. And so a lot of them didn't. They just did not. And now, and that's when I was in college, right? And now, as I was coming out of college, you see that there was a huge push for women to be a particular type of way in their demeanor and their attitude, and that just made it even worse.
I appreciate the insight, because you just validated everything I thought. It's only going to get worse from here. If you think that's a rarity, that's going to become the norm.
Yes.
And I said it earlier. A white man's default preference is a white woman. A Spanish woman's default preference is a Spanish man. An Asian woman's default preference is an Asian man. It's not going to be that way for black men. It's just not. Black women have essentially separated themselves from black men, and now, in the first time in history, they are not going to be the default choice for black men. First time in history. Now, I don't think society as a whole is not ready for it. It's just not.
No, it's sad because they're being portrayed a certain way. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My question to that is, do black women even care these days anymore?
They do.
Yeah, they care.
They do, and it's not in the way you think they care. All women, right? Because they've been taught at a very young age to focus about school, right? Get your education, get your money up, and after you focused on your careers in your 30s, you can go out there and look for a man. Clearly, that's not working. But they're all following that mantra. What's going to happen is there's not going to be there already isn't, because there's already more women than men, but there's not going to be enough men out there for women. There's just not. And as time gets harder and as they get older, they're going to want to seek that man, but that man is not going to be there.
Right.
They're just not.
Yeah. Miss Tia Marie says, do you think that type of look is a status symbol for black pro athletes? I would say to that, no. What you will find out is that they gravitated towards that way. And I'm just being real because they are already, and they could be wrong. They already stereotyped it to where they most likely know that they're not going to deal with a certain type of attitude. They know that they're not going to deal with a certain type of entitlement. You know, I mean, LeBron James' wife is black, and they've been together for high school. So I mean, that's awesome. But again, I guarantee you that should something happen between them, you probably won't see another sister with LeBron. Not like that. If they are, and and I'm just being real. Chaotic know my story. I came up in the hood in Chicago and everything like that, and I can attest to the same exact type of thing. I knew that I was not going to be attracted to a certain type of woman. If she was a black woman, dark, if she was a black woman, caramel skin, if she was a black woman, light skin, the type of attitudes that I seen coming out of that mouth and that demeanor, 100% absolutely not. So why wouldn't I gravitate towards a different type that actually displays something completely different than what is being displayed around me? Now, not to say that, I mean, you got people like you got people that came up in certain areas that the women are very well spoken, they don't have that type of attitude, they're dark, and I guarantee if those were being represented in the places that a lot of people grew up around, people would most likely go towards that direction. You know, I wouldn't necessarily say it's about their color, it's about the fact that attitude,
their image.
Yeah, that attitude, that demeanor, that radiance that comes off of them that way. I don't know any men that's really attracted to that unless there's other men that actually they like that type of stuff, but I don't know too many that do.
Jay accented ¿Cuáles son tus pensamientos? Does that make any sense to you, sir? Jay accented.
So all I heard was "Cuál es tu." I didn't hear the rest.
Oh, I was okay. The last one is pensamientos.
Oh, pensamientos. Okay.
Yeah.
De qué? Well, for my thoughts on what? Like, just
what are your thoughts on? I just wanted to say that, sir. I don't know. Hold on for a second.
You just wanted some practice.
No, that was pretty good, Chaotic. That was pretty good.
Thank you so much. Marriage Politics and Sports says, for the $10 super chat says, Black women champion the woman king in Wakanda forever. These movies perpetuate the stereotype. Thank you so much, Marriage Politics and Sports. So modern Renaissance man. So you mean to tell me none of the athletes that you ever none of these athletes for the Rams ever had a beautiful woman like the woman seen here?
If it was few and far between.
Really?
But I mean, but here's the thing though. That's why I say I can understand what some females get mad about, because a lot of them did gravitate towards women that were black, but they were light skinned too as well. Which, like I said, I seen some that had women that were just like that. Even some on the I cannot.
Were they classy like this woman? The one
yes.
on the Rams. Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Like I said, to me, that's what plays a major part in it, though.
Yeah.
That plays a major part in it, man, because I don't know too many men that wants that. And then the thing is, I think what gets put in a lot of women's mind is that they think if they equate that loudness and that boldness and that masculinity, they equate that to being a strong black woman. No, it's not. You're just annoying. It's like, it's not that. And not only that, by us being men, having testosterone in us, if we feel that right there, we about to buck back against you. Yeah, and it's a turnoff. And at the same time, we like, okay, you about to make us kind of buck back at you. You coming at me like a dude. That's what a lot of men say that. Like when they you know what I'm talking about. When they get off, so you ain't the one, and I swear to God, you man. Okay. It's like okay, I'm about to go. Bye, I'm gone.
Let me ask Jay accented a question about this woman, since he is a Puerto Rican man. En una escala del 1 al 10, ¿qué le darías?
I know daddy is in there.
You want me to answer that in English or in Spanish?
Okay. So can you translate what I said to the people?
Just repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it's a little bit hard to hear because I have headphones in and I have background noise.
I'll repeat it again. The woman in question, en una escala del 1 al 10, ¿qué la darías or darías?
Uno.
I know it's in what like
I'm
escala. I
asking you
mean,
on the scale of
uh,
1 to 10, what would you
oh
give her?
escala, oh scale. Okay, uno a 10. So en una escala 1 a 10,
Oh,
uh,
okay. Thank you. Yeah,
cuál es
yeah,
mi cuál es mi número para ella, para esa mujer? Okay, so what is my number for her? I would say
yeah.
si yo puedo usar el 7, can I use
Okay.
Give her a
7
7.
or no?
Okay.
7.
Okay. I don't know what siete means. Siete is 7, right? Okay. Go ahead, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was asked. Yeah, si yo puedo usar el 7, because with Kevin Samuels, he excluded the number 7 when he was
Okay.
rating the women. So to me, if I could use 7, he's a 7. If not,
Okay.
then I will go to a 6, adjustable 6.
Okay. I just wanted to speak some Spanish. Elliot says, "My lord, CT, your Spanish is
It needs some work.
Hey,
MRM, you speak Spanish, right?
just
No.
because one thinks it's terrible, that mean that just means that they probably can't speak it themselves and they're probably jealous.
Mhm.
So
We had to know
don't
the
pay no
basis
mind
in
to
that.
it.
We had to
Yeah.
know the basis when it came to Spanish. We had to ask, lo malo que es. That's one of the. We had to ask questions like that, just asking
Yeah.
where their pain was and all that, but not too deep into it though.
Tima, no, I'm not comparing the worst black woman. In my opinion, Brentanny is clearly a 9. I keep saying, I've said it for the past 2 hours.
The girl you just showed.
Of course.
What-
This is
oh,
the girl that
which one?
Candace was critiquing.
Oh, come on, Candace, my
Candace
sister,
Owens.
Candace Owens.
Yeah, Candace Owens. Yeah.
She was. What she say about her?
She said that the girl wasn't pretty enough to be on TikTok, saying that she had pretty privilege, and I said, please stop. I gotta disagree with Candace on that.
Yeah,
That
I
girl is
disagree.
super hot.
I disagree on that too.
That girl is super hot. Yeah.
Especially
MRM,
you can see that she don't. I mean, she got the makeup on, but you can tell that she don't have a ton of it on, like some of these folks that can completely make themselves look like a completely different individual.
Yeah.
Facts.
So,
Yep.
MRM, I wanted to keep asking about the professional athletes you've been around. So I've been in the locker room. Guys compare stories. Right?
mhm.
So what would you and what I'm curious about is when they talk about the women in their lives, what do they bring up that makes them stand out? Like, my girl does this, or my girl did that, or this is the reason why I got my girl. That's what I'm curious about, because we can speculate all we want, but this man has direct access to six-figure athletes. So I want to hear what he has to say.
I will tell you this right here. When when working with the Cardinals, one of the things that we did, if Tony La Russa asked us to go out to eat, we all had to go out to eat. And I had many conversations with Alberto Pujols and Yadier Molina, because we all talked about our humble beginnings, how we love to eat rice and beans, et cetera, et cetera. And I can tell you this, a lot of things that a lot of us with our wives have in common is that our wives all have a particular type of demeanor, a sweetness to them, a meekness to them. They not loud, they're soft-spoken. You know what I mean? There's very, I mean, when it all comes down to it, they're very, what I would call, they're very feminine. You know what I'm saying? They're very, very feminine. They care about you. They're not doing things because people feel that they should do it. Like, I don't like me, like we talk. It's so funny because we all talk about things like we never asked our wives, would you cook? Would you clean? Would you do this? Our wives, them just naturally did that as we were dating. And as we started, we got married and got into our own home, we never had to, it's funny. We never had the conversation of, okay, you gonna cook, right? You gonna clean, right? They just did it. And they cared about us. You know, you coming from a, you know, like when I used to have to drive back from the St. Louis when I was staying in Central Illinois, when driving back, you know, my wife, hey, what time you getting home? Oh, well, I'm going to cook such and such. So let me know you're going to go home. That way I can have it hot when you get. Now, there was no, because I taught her. No, my wife just naturally did it because she cared that much about me, knowing that I'm off doing this. She was like, okay, I want to make sure that he's going to be eating something when he comes home, you know, something of the sort. But that's one thing that we all talked about that we had in common. And the number one thing I would say, though, too, is that a lot of us got our wives when we were down, when we didn't have nothing. We were working our ways up to something.
Yeah,
a lot of us had them then.
Thank you so much, MRM, for stating it that way, because I couldn't have said it better myself. So all I have to just to add to that point, these are multi-million. I'm not gonna say multi-millionaires. These are six-figure men who have access to femininity, and that's the standard in certain locations overseas. Which again is why I'm saying women today aren't ready to compete.
Man, if they only knew, if they only knew that by being that way, how much more it would make us want to be this type of man to them. They have no idea of being that way. It makes us like, babe, what do you want? I work. Hey, all the bills are paid. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't even ask. My wife can just go and get what she wants. I don't, hey, babe, well, hold on now. No, everything is paid. My wife already knows she can go and shop and get whatever she wants to. She don't come to me, hey, I was thinking that I want to get this dress. And no, I know that it's not that. Because the fact that how my wife is with me and how she treats me as her husband, it makes me want to do anything for her, period. Now, at the same time, people going to get things twisted. I run my house. This is my kingdom, period. I got an 18-year-old son and a 20-year-old son. I run my house. But what my sons get to see, and I told them, I said, they're going to have a hard in the dating world because these women are going to have to live up to how their mother is with me. You know what I'm saying? And my sons, they hold things down. They're very logical. They don't take no mess. They're not going to deal with any type of chick. They know that the type of woman they're going to get is going to be just like how their mother is. So a lot of women say, so what you trying to say? My wife has a degree. Okay. And a lot of people try to say things like, so we women, y'all just act like we just your little delicate flower, like we just can't do nothing. No, you don't understand. In order for me to have a delicate flower, I want to take care of that delicate flower. I want to protect that flower from any bad elements that might destroy. I want to make sure that it's fertilized right. I want to make sure that it's water right. I want to make sure it's getting enough sunlight. That's the type of delicacy that I'm seeing in my flower. Not that you some weak little woman that can't do nothing on your own and just need a man. No, by being that, that's what it makes me want to do for you. It's crazy. It's like the equivalence of people thinking that you're trying to keep them trapped when all alone they have no idea you're protecting them.
Again, I couldn't say it any better myself. And since your sons, do they have their passports? Are they traveling overseas, or are they dating currently exclusively in America?
No, one of them is talking with someone. The other one, my 18-year-old son, he's all about his business right now.
Gotcha.
He's all about business. He's all about what he's going to be doing as far as cybersecurity and doing things of that sort, different avenues and all that. He's not really concerned about that right now.
Oh, he's in a very lucrative field. He's going to be all right.
Yep.
Chaotic. Next.
So I
I'm
have
sorry,
a question.
I'm sorry, Primetime. You said what now, sir?
Go ahead.
I said next.
No,
With the
Primetime. Wait a minute. Now I rock with you. Thank you so much, man. Happy New Year to you.
Was that the same girl? I'm sorry.
No,
I got
that's Alec. That's Alec Weck. She's one of the most famous models of all time. She's in her 50s now. But no disrespect, Primetime. I bet you that you have never dated a woman that's hotter than Alec Weck or anybody on the panel. I can comfortably
hotter than who?
say that. Hotter than Alec Weck.
The last one.
Wait. Who was that? Who was Alec Weck?
Alec Weck is one of the most famous models of all time. This is
how do you spell her name? Oh,
L-E-K. This is Alec Weck right here. She's one of the most famous models of all time. Oh, wait a minute. She's not on the screen yet. Hold on for a second.
Goodbye.
Hold on for a second. Wait a minute.
Were you trying to help your case?
And I'm not the type of guy. And I'm not the type of guy that's looking around for baddies and everything. But come on, bro.
Wait a minute.
Bro, the people, they would take Stranger.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, you trolling. That's a dude.
You trolling for real, bro.
I'm not trolling. Alec Weck is one of the most famous models of all time, and I could almost bet that nobody's ever dated a woman who looks.
Chaotic. Does your wife look like her?
Damn right.
Does your wife look like her, Chaotic?
Again, it's not my wife is not on the line here. Again,
No.
Alec
You're talking about us dating. No, what about your dating life? Have you ever dated someone like that?
Sir, we're not talking about me,
Lord Jesus.
This woman is one of the most beautiful women on the planet. She's a supermodel, a model, and go ahead, guys.
Yeah,
she's in her 50s now, but go ahead.
She's a model for being nice. She's a model for being probably cool. She's not a model.
Come on.
I'm sure she's nice, but
she's a model for pushing the cause of feeding people in Africa, but she's not a model for looks.
Hey, Renaissance, she plays Call of Duty really good too.
I challenge anybody up here who's making comments about her to show a photo of your girlfriends or your significant others. Thank you.
Hold on.
Alec Weck is the most she's the most famous model of all time. Yeah. all I gotta say.
I
Go
don't.
ahead, guys. You
I
got
can just use myself. I look better than her. So
Damn.
Damn. You got the floor, man.
I would say everybody on this panel is better looking than.
That's not true, sir. That's not.
Yeah.
That's not
So
true.
if you guys don't mind, I want to kind of
ahead.
like go back to the whole
Thank you. Much better.
passport thing. So for those of you that do have passports that have been traveling to other countries and stuff, like and this movement has been like going on for I would say like a few years now. I know that it's been going on forever. Like people, people travel all the time and stuff like that these days. I think I saw a video or a clip of, I think his name's Austin, that
Austin Holloman.
that he was saying that I guess most of the Brazilian women, not most, but I guess a select few of the Brazilian women, like they were like starting to, I guess, copycat the modern woman landscape that is being portrayed here in America. And I just want to know, like, do you guys see that yourselves as well, or do you think that Austin? Well, first of all, do you think that Austin is onto something with that? And second of all, second question is, any of you guys that have traveled to other countries, do y'all see the uh, the archetype of modern women in other countries?
I can't really comment too much on this. I've only really traveled outside the country once, which was to the DR. I plan on traveling more throughout the year. I have a trip planned to Canada next month. All I can really say on the matter is when it comes to modern women and feminism, you tend to see that correlates with industrialization. So the more industrialized the country is, the more you'll see that mindset, because as life gets easier and easier, well, women are going to want more and more things, more and more independence, however you want to phrase it. But I would say the overwhelming majority of women in this case, in this conversation, in Brazil are not westernized. Will it get to a point where that number shifts? Yes, without question. As life gets easier, you start to question why you need certain things and why you need certain people. So I can see that being the case. But in terms of Western feminism ideology being the norm in other places in other countries like Brazil, I don't see that being the case.
I would like to piggyback off of that. I think you got a point on that. I mean, I would say on largely, a lot of it too is just social media. A lot of it is a lot of those women, and I'm from a city where it's very cultural. It's a lot of I see different types of women every day, and New York is a Jesus.
Same city,
And,
different boroughs. Same city, different boroughs.
okay, but
Yeah, bro.
I just started traveling more. I'll actually be in Nigeria next week, so never been there, but I would say a lot of these women, when they see these type of influences online and the type of tourists that they interact with, it does kind of create a shift in the mind, and it does start to affect the mindset and them becoming a lot like Western women, in the U.S. And I wouldn't say all of them, but from personal experience, like I've talked to a lot of women straight up fresh out of DR, Brazil, and they dress the part, look everything like that, but like when they open their mouth
Yeah, they're
and I
Americanized.
ask them what they're
Americanized.
in, say it again.
They're Americanized. basically.
Right. The two Americanized, and as soon as they open their mouth, soon as I start asking them questions like, "What are your interests? Uh, what are some things you like to get into?" and just what's your style and things like that. It matches up a lot with what a lot of the Western women. Um, I'll just say it too. To be straight up, black women like to do, and it's not all parts of, like I said, the country and stuff like that. But I think just once they, I would say, cross over and come into the U.S., it's almost like a dream, like a fantasy, and they now get to do what the Americans can do. They now get to do everything that they see on TV, everything they see on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and it's not all of them like that, because it also goes back to as well how they were raised. I don't want to go too far with it, but I would say a lot of it too is just the family upbringing, and them sticking to the cultural, the roots, and not letting outside influences change them, no matter what environment they're in, and adapt. You know what I mean? But
Mm.
I'm gonna leave it on that. Anybody can chime in, but
Guys, real quick, Ray, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Ray says, have you heard anyone say she's pretty for a dark-skinned girl? Is that a backhanded compliment? Actually, it is an insult in disguise. No, I've never heard that before, Ray.
Me neither.
Personally,
I've never heard that.
I'm from the Midwest, and so is MRM. I've never heard that. Again, I say this over and over. Where I'm from, and I didn't know anything about colorism until recently. But dark-skinned women were always at the pinnacle. They were always at the higher, the top of the food chain. It is what it is, and it's particularly the more thinner you were and taller you were, the dark-skinned woman. I never heard that before growing up.
I'm right in the middle, man. Like race, color, like women is pretty one, there's unattractive ones, bro. I'm all in the middle.
Yeah. I never heard that one before though, Ray. But thank you so much, Ray.
I've heard it, and it's usually comes from other women.
Ooh,
other black women.
Facts. Yep, that's a fact.
Because men don't think like we don't talk like this. She's pretty for a dark skinned girl. We would just say she's pretty.
Yeah, she's just pretty. Yeah, women are just women. Yeah,
women say this stuff because, like he said, it's backhanded.
Yeah, I don't think we think like in terms of that. Like even if a woman even if she has like a bad body, we don't go, "Hey man, she got a bad body for a dark skinned girl."
Yeah,
we just don't do that.
I gotta agree. I don't hear a lot of guys, black men, even say. I don't even say.
I never heard that. I don't think
I've
never
heard that either, bro.
Yeah.
This is something women say to other women.
Yeah.
I live here in New York and Florida. Never.
Really? Yeah, I never heard that before. I never heard that before.
Especially here where I'm at in Florida, because it's a melting pot down here. So, yeah,
I'm in
I
Florida.
only imagine. I got family down there too. It's crazy what's going on.
What part of Florida?
Right.
Jacksonville, Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, you who you asking me?
Yeah, I was asking what part. I lived in Panama City for 12 years. I loved it there, Panama City Beach.
Oh, I am in Tampa.
Renaissance.
Tampa's nice.
Tampa. I lived near Orlando, Claremont, for like 17 years. Renaissance. 10 years ago, I went to that spring break festival, 2013. I don't know if you remember that.
Dude. You were there?
Well, I got the t-shirt. Right, let me go.
That's crazy. That was like the worst.
What was the name of it? What was the name of the thing?
2013. That's where, man, people was getting smashed on the beach, passed out.
Bro, colleges, college parties, bro. The students from Georgia, Alabama come there because it's in the police.
They got so crazy. They had so many people go to jail that the police them had to put up dog cages on the beach to put people in jail. They were in dog pens on the beach, and then they had to pay with a cot in there on the beach. It was wild. Wow, that's crazy, man. Small world.
Well, guys, I think I'm gonna end it here. Salute to everybody that has came on. Jay Accenta, you came on a little bit late. Do you want to say anything, sir? Any last minute things? Jay Accented?
Not really. All I gotta say is I appreciate you, Chaotic, for letting me join the panel. I appreciate you
Thank you.
gentlemen for having, you know, the conversations. I'm very new to YouTube and stuff. I'm trying to establish
Yeah.
my own platform. I don't have a channel yet, but not trying to plug myself or anything like that. But that is my Instagram. If you want to follow me and stuff. I do like little interviews myself on my page. If you want to go check that out. But like I said, thank you, AI, and salute to you, gentlemen. And yep,
Mm.
that's it. That's all I got. That's it todo. Okay.
Thank you so much, JX, and thank you so much. Kenneth Fitzgerald said these Negroes are sitting up here with their pot bellies up here lying. Kenneth Fitzgerald, I bet you I could run a marathon tonight if I really wanted to.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I mean, I'm yeah, you got me on that one. I definitely got a pot belly. What am I gonna do?
Let's see his pot belly. Huh? Let's see his pot belly. What's up?
Right. Yeah, there it is. Right there it is. Right there. All the pot belly. Oh my gosh. Woo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, JX sent it. Prime time. Any last words, sir?
Yeah, I was getting in my apartment, man. I couldn't watch the whole stream because I was still at work right now. I want to show Renaissance one thing real quick.
Okay. Demesh Monster with the $10 super chat says, I'm 39, 40 on the 16th of this month. Been using my passport since 21 of 04, 21 years old. Passport bros before passport bros. Brazilian women are becoming more westernized. Stop the kizap.
And I agree with him.
I said that, yeah.
I didn't
agree.
deny it. I said as countries become more westernized or become more industrialized, they'll become more westernized.
Why don't they call the women in Brazilian African Brazilian? Like I call black people in America African American.
Because people in Brazil still they're on the American continent. They are American. We just call them South American.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good way to put it too. An African South American.
Thank you so much again.
Oh wow, you got it too. Wow, dude, that's wild, man. Hey, that's a rarity. He got a jewel. That's crazy. Y'all just don't know.
That's dope.
Any last
words? I use it to go to the gym. Just go to the gym and work out. It's getting kind of old too.
Any last words?
I got a question. I'll hop off. I'm about to go. I got a question for Modern Renaissance. You say you from Chicago, right?
Grew up there and then Central Illinois.
Okay. You don't sound like you're from there. You gotta. It's a compliment. You talk very, way you convey your words.
Well, when you go through medical school and everything like that, some things had to change. But no,
I feel you.
When I get back around my folks, though, it comes out. It comes out.
No, but my question is, you ever heard of a place called Jerk 48? You been there?
Jerk 48?
Yeah, you been there? No, because I asked because I've never been to Chicago. You know what I mean? I travel a lot, but Chicago's on the.
Who told you to go there?
It's somebody from my Instagram. You said he knows.
For a second, I thought, okay, I got you. The reason why I'm saying this is because when you first started off saying I sound like, well, my ancestry and my family, we are Jamaican. So I thought, like, wait a minute, what is you getting at? Then you threw out the Jerk 48, and I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm from the same background too. I got I'm Jamaican, Barbadian, and believe it or not, Irish. I got Irish in me.
Okay.
But, I got somebody that claim he knows this YouTuber named Corporate. He always talk about Jerk 48, how the food is, and I'm a bit of a foodie type of person. So I was just curious, like, have you been there? Like, is the food dope?
I would tell you that Jerk 48 is probably the most close to home tasting, authentic food from the Caribbeans that you can probably get in Chicago.
Oh, I need to go. Bet.
And yeah. The other places I can tell you don't want to go there. It's the hole in the wall place, but it's on a specific side of town that you don't want to go there. But they have some off the chain. Theirs is the best, even though they're not a large food chain like Jerk 48. Jerk 48 is home style, but they kind of jazz it up to kind of make it a little bit more, a little bit more appealing to the more uppity class folks. But their stuff is good though. It is though. I would say that when I go to Chicago, if I was going to eat someplace like that, that's where I would go because I want my family and myself to be safe. I don't have to shoot at nobody.
Oh, well, guys.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
But I'm
Thank you
gonna
so
hop
much.
off.
Thank you so much,
Chaotic.
Prompt.
I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you so much.
See y'all next time. Peace and blessings, man.
Absolutely.
All right, y'all take it
RJ.
easy,
man. Y'all too, man.
Absolutely.
Y'all holla at you guys.
Be easy, folks.
Absolutely, prime time. RJ, any last words, sir?
I had a great time, man. This was like my first time being on Pound, but yeah, I had a great time, man. A lot of things I learned, and this was fun though. This is funny. Great experience.
So much. Thank you so much, man. Have a good one. Only the best. Any last words, man?
Thank you for having me on the panel. I really appreciate it. It's
Oh
been
yeah,
an
definitely,
interesting
man.
experience. And
Definitely.
hopefully, I'll be on again later.
Look forward to seeing you. Thank you so much, man.
You have a great night.
Peace. Guys, this was a great live stream. I did wind down a little bit. You know, I did a show this morning on my own channel, and so glad that you guys came out. If anybody came in late, I was supporting dark-skinned women because I believe dark-skinned women are the standard of beauty. And I was showing Nikki Thot, Ducky Thot, her sister, Brentanny, Sharraine, and many other dark-skinned women that I think are absolutely beautiful. And Ajuma Nasiana. Join me next week. Guys, stay tuned for tonight for... Is it tonight? Today's Tuesday, right? What's today? Tuesday? Yeah, I don't think there's anything going on tonight. I think there's something going on tonight. There's a show. Yeah, there is a show going on tonight. Sorry about that. Oh, JQ said CT time for the night show. Don't cancel on us. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I don't know, guys. I'll let you know, JQ. But guys, this has been a great live stream. Sharon says, "Great show. I enjoyed it. We'll be showing more support, guys. Thank you for all the super chats. I want to give a big shout out to Ash. He was dropping, dimes tonight. Well, really quarters. He dropped so many super chats, man. Thank you so much, Ash. Your super chats were amazing tonight, man. And Charles, thank you for your super chats as well. And if I missed you, my apologies, but I'm pretty sure I said your super chat while I was talking. Let me see. Charles says black men are killing the weed by... Oh yeah, that's right. He dropped that super chat earlier. Guys, thank you so much, man. I will talk to you later. Peace.